of the storm, where it has a history of producing tornadoes, and now it's kind of going through a rebuilding. But we saw that pulse with the last scan with over 100-mile-per-hour estimated winds on Fox 5 Live Viper. So it is something that we absolutely need to take seriously. And for neighborhoods, as Jeff alluded to, south of I-20, Coweta County, getting into Heard County, Troup County, that's where we want you to be really on guard and prepared for the worst, because this is going to be moving in your direction very quickly. And then one other important note is if you live north of I-20, we're not seeing as much rotation in that part of the line as what we're seeing on the southern end coming out of Alabama. And that's where we're seeing those classic hook signatures. And then down towards Macon, out towards Putnam County, Jeff, it's possible that we could even get another tornado warning here shortly for Lake Country out towards Milledgeville and Eatonton. So we can't ignore that part too, as a second line has developed. But all the focus is out towards Randolph County, Alabama, Chambers County, Alabama, moving into Troup County, moving into Heard County. That's where we're seeing the most significant not only signature but history with this storm, as it has produced most likely a long track tornado where it was on the ground for over 80 miles and potentially still on the ground. But when these big tornadoes go through life cycles like that, what it's trying to do as it's entering a new atmosphere, which everyone's familiar, as these storms cross over into Georgia, they usually fall apart. Well, our atmosphere is primed for these storms to go through a rebuilding phase and gain strength. So we definitely want to keep our guard up. We've been warning you guys. It's a Fox 5 storm alert day. Joanne Feldman got you prepared this morning. Jeff's been with you all afternoon monitoring these changes. Now the event is here, and unfortunately it looks like the highest impacts from this event will be in our southernmost counties. Initially will be right now would be Randolph County, Alabama, and moving into Troup County. West Point Lake, if you have anyone who ventured out on West Point Lake today and you know that they're still out and about, give them a call right now and say get off the lake, because a very dangerous storm is headed in that direction. In addition to the winds and the rain, lightning strikes. We're talking about significant lightning strikes, over 100 lightning strikes in the last 10 minutes of these storms coming out of Alabama with torrential rain. And Jeff, also thinking about the time, 3 o'clock, schools are being let out in these areas as well. High school is next in line, then middle school, and then you have our evening commute. So we're looking at pretty significant impacts all across North Georgia as we head into the latter part of this Thursday. So definitely a very serious situation. It'll be interesting to see if they want to continue the warning into Troup County. My guess is that they will, because of the history of this storm. But the good news is the tag went from tornado emergency to a radar confirmed tornado. Yes, that's obviously still powerful wording, but as Jeff also mentioned, tornado emergency is the strongest wording that we use.
All right. Well, and Brian, we've got some video from Morgan County in Alabama. I was just told by one of our producers, so maybe we're going to go take a look at that. And there you go. Look at some of that. That actually was up near, I saw that earlier. That was up near Huntsville. Yeah, that was
Decatur area.
Decatur area.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yes. The semi truck was also flipped over. Yeah, I saw some pictures of
that. Was a little bit earlier. That's not with this storm here, but the storm that we're talking about. Let's go back to Fox 5 Live Viper. I'll show you the and let's go take a look at what's happening in Metro Atlanta. If we could. So let's, we know this is going this way. So if you're over toward West Point Lake, you got a little bit of time, maybe about 20 minutes or so. So get your stuff ready down here in Troup County. But farther up to the north, we've got damaging winds possible with this line right here, or at least that portion of the line. It's from Villa Rica, Carrollton, all the way back down just outside of Wadowee near Ephesus here. That's moving down to the south and east. So you can kind of see the motion here. So this part of the line, interestingly enough, is kind of coming down this way. The individual cells are going up to the east-northeast, but this stuff is coming down this way. So that may help to kind of disrupt the circulation with that tornado as it comes in. But right now we're looking at that's the hail swath. So yeah, there's been some hail with this system, and then there's heavy rain. And there's the shear swath. That's always cool to look at because you can see the motion of the strongest part of that storm, maybe where there was the strongest winds, and that's been tracking in from the west. But let's go back to the reflectivity.
Yep.
Just show everybody what they have to deal with up toward Atlanta for the evening commute. So that's the severe thunderstorm there. None of this stuff is severe, but it's got a lot of heavy rain and a lot of wind. This line's moving to the east at about 55, 60 miles an hour. It's just the momentum of that line alone is going to produce some wind. There's a lot of wind out ahead of it coming up from the south and west. So it's just going to be an ugly commute with all that heavy rainfall. It's going to move right over Roswell, Sandy Springs. So the I-85, 400, 75 is just not going to be great early on this evening. But thankfully, none of this is severe. There's going to be some strong winds, some very heavy rainfall, so be careful there. This is the severe thunderstorm warning that's closest to Atlanta right now, and that's going to affect Douglas County as well as much of Carroll County. In fact, going right through Carrollton right now. It's probably not pretty there. That's moving kind of east, almost a little bit kind of bowing now down a little bit more to the southeast, but that's cruising off at about 55 miles an hour. And then let's go farther on down. We'll show you the tornado warned storm again over in Wadowee too. We've got some pretty heavy stuff going on there. So we get farther to the south. It looks like, what do you think, Ryan? The rotation is probably somewhere right in this area, right?
Yeah, and that little notch
back in there.
We put the velocity on. Two updates, Jeff, that I think are important that I saw in the chat. First is that they've backed off the tornado warning. They're no longer saying it's radar confirmed tornado.
Okay.
They're saying possibility, capable of producing a tornado. And there it is right there. That was just fresh from the chat. Since there are multiple warnings, it's going to go with the strongest one, would be my guess. But directly words out of the chat, they're saying severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornadoes. So that is slightly less, as far as how strong the wording has been. We went from tornado emergency to radar confirmed to now possibly a tornado.
So can you let's just back it up and show people how that circulation has been moving.
Yeah, you got it. And
right?
then we also, Jeff, do have video from Alabama of some heavy rain that we can take as well.
So there you go. There's the circulation.
Yeah.
Oh, there. Yeah.
And there's the heavy rain.
There you go. That's a lot of rain, folks.
And hail. Look at that hail.
Wow.
This is cut from Tuscaloosa.
It was weird. Like the last storm that came through last week, we didn't get much hail. This one, though, earlier today, looking at it, the freezing level was much lower, so very capable of producing hail. You only got to go up about 10,000 feet to find temperatures freezing. So watch out for hail with all these storms as they come through too.
And Jeff, as we come back to radar, you can see another burst of intensifying. So there it is, right through that oscillation period. We're now seeing it regain strength at a rapid rate.
All right, so let's we're going
to zoom in
put
here.
A track on it, and so
you want to do track first? Yeah, we can do that.
Kind of over
55 miles an hour is what it's moving still, off to the northeast. So
yeah, it looks like a good track for it there. So Franklin, 26 minutes. You don't have much time. Grantville, about 37 minutes. Noonan, you're looking at about 45 minutes before that cell starts moving through Coweta County. And again, it was a very large, very serious, very intense tornado when it was earlier, about a half hour, 45 minutes ago, back over in Alabama. It's still a strong tornado. It may not be as strong as it was earlier.
There's a new tornado warning.
There's a new tornado warning. So we do now have a tornado warning, as we thought, as this system now is going to be moving into northern Troup County. So anywhere from LaGrange just to the south of Franklin, that's where the circulation is going to be tracking. Let's keep our fingers crossed that maybe something happens and it starts to weaken. But again, this thing has history. It's been on the ground for, I wish I could go back and look at the first warning, but it's got to be an hour and a half, right?
Let's go back and do that real quick while I reset here, Jeff.
Okay.
It is capable of producing a tornado so we just switched weather services as well. So now we're under Peachtree City's guidance of all the warnings with this latest warning, and they're emphasizing both straight line winds and a tornado is possible with this.
Yeah, because the way the wind is aloft right now, you get any of that coming down to the ground. I don't care if it's a tornado or not. You could have a 60, 70 mile an hour wind gust, which almost as strong as a tornado. So you can have some straight line winds that can do some really, really bad damage here.
All right, so there's
is that when it began?
That's when it began, right there. That was
at
1 o'clock. That's over 2 hours.
Over 2 hours now that this tornado has been on the ground, producing havoc across portions of Alabama, and now starting to move over.
And over 100 miles.
Isn't that incredible? I mean, you don't see that every day.
Nope.
Even especially this time of the year, usually you get those little quick spin-up things that last a couple of minutes, and they're 100 yards wide, and they maybe travel a quarter of a mile. This thing's been on the ground for 125 miles in over 2 hours. So,
and you can see the shear swath there. I'll switch over to BMX of how.
So there you go.
How it initiated and then how it kind of phased out near Alexander City. But Equality, Alabama, reports of damage there, which is around Alexander City.
Okay.
I'm not sure exactly where that is, but I know it's in that vicinity because when we were tracking it earlier off air, watching this storm very closely, there's confirmed damage just south of Alexander City, and now we're seeing that pulse again. So you can see in that shear swath, Jeff, how it kind of weakened, and now it's pulsing again.
There you go, starting to crank up again.
Yep.
So let's warn everybody over here. So this part of Troup County right here, zoom in, there's West Point Lake, and LaGrange is sitting right there. I mean, you don't have much time. You got maybe about 10 minutes if you live right over the state line up toward Antioch right there. Glad I have my glasses on right now. Gosh, Mill, down to the, what was that, Evansville?
Yep.
Evansville, Whitewater.
Knocking on the door, it's just south of Standing Rock. So where you start to see that purple and the whites, that's kind of the northern fringe of where we're seeing the velocity, the couplet.
And again, this has done a lot of damage, so you got to take it seriously. Sometimes tornado warnings come out, and again, not a whole lot happens. Unfortunately, I got a feeling that quite a bit could happen. Is there anything on the correlation coefficient, the debris?
Good question.
If we can see if it's lifting anything?
Not yet.
Kind of hard to,
that has not yet initiated.
But that doesn't mean that
Correct. You have over 100-mile-an-hour winds estimated on Fox 5 Live
and
Viper.
It's so far away from the radar site too.
That's true.
So it might be kind of hard to.
Yeah, and I don't think flipping over to Birmingham's radar is going to be beneficial. I think it's going to tell the same story of what we're tracking. But Jeff, you can really see how it is tightening up in Chambers County, Alabama, just south of Welch, Alabama. County Road 276, it looks like, in Alabama, near Stroud. Seems like that's where the focal point of this is right now. And this is going to be moving into Troup County, so let me zoom out just a little bit, Jeff, and we'll put another tracker on this.
It still has, it still has that.
I wonder if now the BTI is 6.8.
So that's going up. All right, so unfortunately, it's not good news for Troup County. We were hoping. There was a point when this thing started to weaken, and even the folks out in Alabama, right, and Birmingham, they were like, it's starting to weaken. Well, now it's starting to, as Brian was just saying, tighten up a little bit, and that's going to be moving right over into northern Troup County. For those of you up in Coweta County, let's just hope and pray that it kind of does weaken by the time it gets up there. You've got these cells that are coming through that maybe could knock the instability out and make things a little more stable up in this neck of the woods here, if those thunderstorms would make their way down a little bit quicker. But if they don't, as Ryan was saying earlier, the atmosphere is primed for this. We haven't had any rainfall in this whole area out here. We've had a little bit of sunshine today. We've had temperatures up to around 70. We've had that southwesterly wind coming up off of the Gulf of Mexico, bringing in all the moist air to produce that unstable atmosphere to get everything going. So unfortunately, if that stays together,
it's back on the ground.
Yeah, it's back on the ground. Right, there's the debris. So now it's picking up stuff off the ground. Hopefully that's not anybody's house or anything right there.
I guarantee you they're gonna change the wording of this tornado warning any second.
Yeah.
That's not good. That's not a good sign.
No, it's not a good sign. And it's already gone to purple, so that's confirmed right there.
Yes, that a confirmed tornado, but it is red in Alabama, in Georgia,
right,
in Troup County. But now it's going to be any second, Jeff, that they're going to put a confirmed tornado tag on this, possibly even tornado emergency, based on the significance of these strong winds that we're seeing. I mean, you're talking well over 100-mile-an-hour winds now.
And eventually, you know, unfortunately, eventually, as this continues on to the north and east, then of course we start getting into more populated areas. You know, more houses, more people, more buildings, and that's what we fear as that continues up to the north.
Yeah, and our circulation detector, Jeff, on Fox 5 Live Viper is right on it. I mean, that is exactly where we're seeing that likely tornado on the ground. You can see it spinning there just off the circulation, which is a clear indication that we're getting multiple parameters verifying that this is a very serious situation.
All right, so just go right in there, then, so everybody can see what they're dealing with here. So McCosh Mill, you said earlier Standing Rock. What do we got here? Rock Mills Road. There's Antioch, up there in the northern part of Troup County. You know, maybe it stays just outside of your area, but it's coming this way, folks. So if you live anywhere up in northern Troup County, you gotta get into your safe spot right now and protect yourself. Call your neighbors and relatives and you know, tell them to get inside, because that's the real deal right there. So that continues to move up to the north and east. And again, powerful tornado that's been on the ground since 1 o'clock this afternoon in Alabama. This is not one of your little tiny tornadoes. This is the thing you see in pictures on the news and in books, and that's what's coming your way up in this part of Troup County. So let's widen it out and everybody else downstream so they can
PDS for Chambers County
so
now.
Particular dangerous situation for that area. Next up would be a tornado emergency.
Yes, and that's why that warning is purple. And the one in Georgia is red, is because it's different severity, but I have a feeling. And FFC, the Peachtree City, is saying they're recognizing 120-mile-an-hour winds estimated on radar. And
this is going to go just south of Franklin, so eventually it's going to be in Heard County. Eventually it's going to be all the way up through Coweta County. It's, you know, I mean, with the way this thing's been going right now, wouldn't you be safe to say, Brian, that it's probably going to make it to Coweta?
Absolutely, 100%. It's, you know, everybody in south and west of Atlanta needs to be on high alert right now, watching us and watching the storm very closely. Tornado preparations, Jeff, as far as you alluded to earlier, having shoes, having helmet, get to a safe place. If you're in a mobile home and you live in Franklin, go to a church or go to some sturdy building that is nearby. You do not want to be in a mobile home when this couplet comes through.
You're right. So again, it looks like we hope. There's thunderstorms up here. There's wind. These things are sinking southward. If somehow, we could get that stuff to come down, and as that comes into that rain-cooled air and stabilized air, it might knock the socks off of this thing, but it's still very, very strong. There's still a very good circulation going on with it. It's picking up debris. That's about as classic as you can find for a debris signature. I mean, so that means this thing's picking up a lot of stuff, whether it's trees, whether it's houses, whether it's just stuff off the ground. It is picking up stuff and throwing it up into the air. It's the only way I can say it. And this is making its way up to the north and east. So there's the Houston area, there's Glen, here's Buena Vista over here, there's Beaver Cove. Let's go on up and show you. There's.
Oh, they just issued. They changed it to purple now. So confirmed tornado.
So confirmed tornado here in Georgia. So again, this is on the ground. This thing is on the ground. It's producing some damage back over into Alabama, Chambers County. It's about to cross the state line, and it's going to be moving right over northern sections of West Point Lake. It looks like it has crossed the line on that last scan there, and it'll continue on to the north and east, possibly near Grantville, Hogansville. You're not out of the woods. It could come right pretty close to you. I think right now with the trajectory that it's been coming on, it's been kind of going like this, just kind of follow my arm. It's going to go all the way up to about Grantville. So maybe it misses you a little bit here in Noonan. It may cut through the southern part of Coweta County over towards Sonoya, back over toward Fayetteville with time. And again, this thing has been on the ground for so long, over 2 hours now that it's been on the ground, that there's no reason to think that it couldn't stay on the ground maybe for another hour. And it's traveling at about 55 to 60 miles an hour. That's the forward speed of the tornado. So if it stays on the ground that long, what do you got, 60 miles would probably bring you right up to about here, somewhere near the Fayetteville area, right? I mean, that's about 60 miles, I would say. Pretty close, right?
Yep.
It's a pretty decent estimation. So I don't know, somewhere in this area just to the south of Atlanta, either Henry County, maybe over toward Fayette County and Clayton County in this area here. South Fulton, you're not out of the woods either. In much of Coweta County, as well as northern sections, maybe even Meriwether County could get clipped by that storm. So again, very dangerous situation going on right now. Get into your safe place. If you're watching us right now, and you're in this area down here in Troup County, forget about it. Forget about us. Go down in your basement, get to wherever you need to go to stay safe. Keep your cell phone on. If you have the Fox 5 Storm Team app, you can watch us on that if you need be. But you just need to get undercover right now anywhere in northern Troup County, because this has been a destructive tornado as it's made its way through much of Alabama from around Selma now all the way up into Troup County. So again, anywhere up here, you're watching us, don't worry about it. You need to go find a place where you can stay safe. There's the circulation right there. What's this, Ryan? What do you think?
I think there's a new circulation trying to form. I think it's going through another oscillation period where we're going to see, because you got a burst on reflectivity, probably some hail embedded in that part of it, and it seems like the cell is splitting, like what you learn in biology where cells split. That's what it looks like it's doing right now, where you're having one go towards LaGrange and another go towards Franklin, which is a good thing as far as when a storm cell goes through that process, it creates rapid weakening happening in it as well, and versus intensification versus if they were merging into one. So that is a bit of good news, and the debris signature is starting to go away.
Well,
okay, live picture LaGrange.
There you go.
That's looking west, I believe. That's looking right into the rear flank downdraft. Wow. You can see that clear cut there. Pretty impressive image there.
And where's that coming from?
That's from Troup County. That's from our new weathermetric system and Fox 5 net cams. And you can clearly see right in the middle of your screen, that's where a possible tornado could be. And it would be rain wrapped. That's another thing I think it's important to allude to, Jeff, is that all of this would be rain wrapped, and you're not going to see it coming. Which, you know, a lot of people want to get out with their phones and take a picture, but this is not the time for that. Especially where we're seeing the strongest signature, it's way, way deep in that reflectivity, because when here I'm gonna
it's getting hard to see it.
It is because it's kind of falling apart in that regard of seeing all the different features here. And what I'm doing right now, Jeff, is setting up a 4-panel box.
You're making me dizzy.
Where we're going to see, I know. Good thing it's not on TV right now, but a 4-panel box, which when we come back to radar, we'll see that. But that image there really paints a clear picture of how heavy the rain is, the velocity, the shear swath, the debris signature. You can see, again, we talked about it when we took it back in time of how it kind of fell apart near Alexander City in Alabama, and then it pulsed just near Standoff, Alabama, in Chambers County.
Still picking up stuff down here.
And now, and the debris signature is still, but that debris ball is not as clear as what it was earlier, which is good news that it's not. But again, now your new inflow notch, Jeff, is south of LaGrange. That seems like that's where you're getting your new parent part of this tornadic storm, which is interesting how rapidly that happened.
So a little bit farther up to the north, we still have these storms here. So we got to serve these folks from Heard
Right,
County.
they all went severe thunderstorm warnings.
And so Coweta County, Heard County, right now you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. That's with the line up here. It's not because of this. It's because of this stuff here, which is coming your way. So there's going to be possibility of some 60-mile-per-hour winds. There's been a lot of hail with these storms, too, that have come through today pretty much just about everywhere. So expect some hail, some very heavy rainfall. Not a ton of lightning there. And you can see the hail for the most parts up here. This one's got a lot of hail, the one with the tornado that's come through Chambers County and southern Randolph County, now pushing into northern Troup County. And there's the swath right there, the sheer swath, and that just kind of shows you the path of the storm. And if we take it all the way out, we can show you how far, well, I guess we'd have to go
I'll switch radars. That's easy.
From Birmingham. There you go. And you can see kind of how this whole thing started all the way back here, and now it's all the way up here into northern Troup County. So let's go zoom into Troup County again, because those folks are under the gun here, and they're the ones we got to get inside, get under their workbench, get down in your basement, whatever you got to do, get into your bathtub. Put something over top you. I know it kind of sounds silly, but a lot of folks have ridden out tornadoes.
Which couplet do you want to focus on? The northern one that's had.
I'm gonna let you do it.
Okay, we'll start with the northern one, which has a history of producing a tornado. I'm going to look at the chat to see if they have any information. But Antioch, that seems to be where one of the two couplets is present right now.
And that's still moving up to the north and east, so that's going to be moving all the way up maybe near the Hillcrest area, and then a little bit farther up to the north, eventually into northern sections of Meriwether County, maybe the southern edge of Coweta County. But again, this is not what it looked like even just about a half hour ago, when it kind of flared up, when it was back over into Chambers County, over into Alabama. But it's still present. We still have this not tornado emergency, but we have Brian, help me out on that. Not the tornado emergency, but we have
a confirmed tornado. Confirmed tornado. Sorry, I'm reading the chat.
All right.
The chat is very active right now.
I'm sure it is.
And they're not just focusing, as you mentioned, we can't just focus on this tornado warning because we have other severe warnings going on. Getting reports of trees down in Paulding County, which is north of I-20. And I know we have not spent a lot of time north of I-20, but there have been, and they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning right here for downtown Atlanta. And according to the National Weather Service, we're now getting reports of trees down associated with those straight line winds. So even though we're focused on the tornado threat south of I-20, we're still dealing with our own case of severe weather.
Let's zoom into here, because this is our largest population that we have going on, and let's let everybody know what they're dealing with in the immediate counties. This is the city of Atlanta here. You go up to Cobb County, all the way down into portions of Douglas County, on up into southern Cherokee County, North Fulton, up around Alpharetta. Look at some of these winds here. 74-mile-an-hour wind approaching now Forsyth County, actually just pushing into Forsyth County, and that's going to be moving right across, coming maybe eventually over towards Sugar Hill. So if you're anywhere up here, Swanee, Sugar Hill, you got some incredible winds on the way. Winds a little bit lighter, though, as you get down toward Atlanta. And then we've got the hail. Look at all this hail that's going to be going across Lake Lanier. Hail coming in out of Cherokee County. That's going to be moving into North Fulton. There's a big batch of hail, it looks like, right there, just outside of Roswell. Raining real heavy in Buckhead right now. I mean, that's, you can see the hail core. There you go. That's awesome. The little 3D going on there. That's all that hail that's coming down right now just outside of Roswell.
Yeah. And that's low-level hail. That's looks like it's over Lassiter High School right now, very close to and Pope High School, very close in that area along Shallowford Road. That goes straight into downtown Roswell as well. And that hail core seems very compact and low level, which means you're probably going to get very small hailstones out of that, and as we pointed out, it kind of collapses. But it was
kind of hailed itself out, didn't it?
It sure did.
All right. And we got this storm here too. That was a tornado earlier,
Correct.
right? And
Yep.
now that's down just outside of Sinclair. So Lake Sinclair getting some very heavy rain. That's moving up to the north and east. That'll be moving out toward the Milledgeville area, and then, or is it just to the north of Milledgeville?
Just north of Milledgeville.
Just north of Milledgeville.
Yep.
I guess that's Sparta out this way.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
We're going to go back to the
Okay,
tornado
let's do
warning,
that.
Jeff, because I was looking on my phone and how we alluded to there was a second couplet of rotation. That is now the dominant rotation. Downtown LaGrange, I think we need to focus on
Okay.
this. This is going to
Yep.
cross I-85, and I think the severity of this situation is intensifying by the second of what we're seeing here.
So that's the watch showing through? Is that the watch showing through?
You
No,
have
that's
the-
a lightning strike. Sorry.
Yeah. That's a lightning strike. You have the tornado watch.
Right.
What's fascinating about this, though, is that this new circulation developed technically outside of the polygon. So we talk about respecting the polygon because where you're pointing is the original
That's the
warning.
original up
That's
here,
the original
right? That was
warning.
the original
and now we
circulation.
have a second couplet, which is becoming the dominant and parent couplet
So
of rotation.
Let's zoom in down there and
Yep.
show these folks.
That right there is quite concerning of what we're seeing.
Yeah.
Right through, very close to LaGrange High School.
Okay.
Oh, jumped on me. 96-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Green Run, Upper Big Springs Road, Fort Drive, just east of there now, headed towards State Route 109 east of downtown LaGrange. That seems like a good track. And I do want to, we haven't put a track on this couplet yet, so
All right,
I do
let's
want
do
to
that.
zoom out a little
Yep.
bit and get a tracker on this because this is rapidly intensifying and is a new development.
So that's going to end up somewhere north of Greenville, right? Somewhere
Yes, I
probably
believe,
up
and I'm going to
this
do it at 55 miles an hour to the northeast and treat
Okay.
it just like the last one.
Yep.
So that's kind of the path that we're expecting to take, kind of ride I-85 for a little bit.
So let's see here. Peachtree City, 38 minutes.
Yep.
You got Stars Mill High School, about 38 minutes, and Griffin High School, 46 minutes. So this whole area here, again, has not had any rainfall. Well, they had a couple of showers earlier today, but it was a little farther south. It was like more like Thomaston up through the Pike-Lamar County area, but this whole region here has been kind of rain-free, so it could help.
Okay,
to
there it
support
is.
that.
Confirmed
So we got
tornado on the
another one.
ground. It's
Okay.
observed is how
it's
they're phrasing.
observed.
Yes.
So that's over LaGrange.
That means a storm spotter.
Did they spot it in LaGrange?
And I did not see the exact wording of that. All they're saying is observed in the headline. I'm not seeing any additional chatter within that. You know, some of the emergency managements are unconfirmed.
Right.
But the National Weather Service has secondary conversations outside the chat with emergency managers, and I believe that's why now they're wording it as a confirmed tornado on the ground. And we're getting, I believe, debris signature now in
yeah.
LaGrange as well.
There you go.
So there it is.
Holy
We pointed it out. We were
Yep.
worried about that second couplet. This second couplet is now the primary
Oh,
threat
you can
for
see
a
it
tornado.
move right there. Look at that.
Yep.
Huh?
It just
Yep.
updated. There it is.
There it is.
So, Jeff, what I'm going to do is I'm going to post this on social media real quick, and I'll let you
Okay.
kind of conversate for just a second.
Okay, absolutely. Thanks for all you're doing there, Ryan. And again, we've got that confirmed tornado. It was kind of a split off from the parent area of circulation, so we got a little secondary one going down toward LaGrange, and now that's moving up to the north and east. So that did possibly pass right over LaGrange proper. You just saw that debris ball, which was pretty large and very prominent, and that just is an indication of the fact that it was picking something up off of the ground. So anyways, now that's going to continue moving up into Meriwether County, eastern sections of Troup County outside of LaGrange, so in between LaGrange and Meriwether. And don't forget about this area up here too. That was the original area of circulation. That still has the possibility of having a tornado associated with it as that continues to move up to the north and east, maybe eventually up toward the Moreland area. You can see that up here, and there's that debris. There's that big pocket of debris right there. There's the circulation going on in and around, what's that, Brookstone Estates.
Yep.
We got Greenwich Wood, there it's on the ground, Greenwich Wood Estates. And there's Whitfield right there. Callaway High School is up there. Here's
Church Road, Stewart Road, Greenville Road.
Yep.
east of downtown LaGrange now. That's where the focus is. So that's where we're zooming in. We're east of downtown LaGrange. State Route 109, which I believe turns into Greenville Road, Almond Road, Jasmine Lane, East Gates Road, Towns Road, Hines Road, Alverson Road. Any of those, you're in the direct path of this confirmed tornado on the ground.
And there's LaGrange right back there. So that's where it went through, and now it's all the way over to here. So that's moving pretty quickly. I mean, we just got this warning.
Look at that sheer swath.
Oh my! Yeah,
it exploded.
And that doesn't connect with the other one, does it? So that just kind of shows you
right off the lake, Jeff. Look at that.
Pretty much brand new.
Right off the lake, it just had this burst.
Yeah, it's crazy. But this one's still going on here.
Yes.
That was the original thing that got this all started. That was the one that was all the way back over, way out into Alabama. So I guess we can call this a new tornado, right?
That is correct. This is a new separate area of circulation.
And let's just hope this one doesn't stay on the ground like the other one. Let's hope it doesn't begin in LaGrange and end up, somewhere over in Elberton. But the way these things have been going, you never know. So here's a look at the track for this one. So this is the new one. This is the one this seems a little bit stronger, right?
Absolutely.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, I know, very much so. And let's show you those numbers that you're alluding to it being stronger, because I think you're very accurate with that. You're looking at near 100-mile-per-hour winds. Of course, it jumps on me, so then I get bad readings. But we're looking at near over 100-mile-an-hour winds.
Yeah.
That's what we're looking at here. And then, you're seeing all of the winds go in one direction. Sometimes that happens when a storm is several miles away from the radar. You're probably, 40 miles away from the radar, elevation change, so all those things.
The beam's shooting pretty high.
The beam is shooting pretty high, exactly. I mean, some of those readings that we're getting, that's 1,600 feet off the ground, technically, is what we're shooting, which isn't too high, but it's high enough to where we're not seeing a lot of the opposite direction being picked up.
You're not getting a true surface wind.
Correct.
You're getting the winds a little bit higher up, but anyways.
But that debris signature is still very stout.
Yep.
So confirmed tornado on the ground, observed confirmed tornado on the ground.
So let's find some towns a little bit down here. So we've got Mountville here. We've got Bodie Road, Greenville Road. So if you're familiar with any of this down here in that part of Troup County, you got to get indoors. Hopefully it's not too late for you, but you need to take cover right now. It's a serious situation out around the Mountville area. That's coming your way. I mean, it's pretty much, there it is, and it's going this way. So if you're over toward Mountville, it's coming. It's knocking at your door. Let's go a little farther east, and just so we can get some of these folks involved here. What do we got?
Thompson Crossroad.
Thompson Crossroad.
St. Mark's.
What's this down here?
That would be,
Odessadale.
North of there.
Maybe it stays just north of there. It looks like it's going to go right through Mountville and probably right on through here. So maybe what's that? State Route 100.
State Route 100.
Is that Grantville? No, that's Greenville.
Greenville High School.
Yeah.
So getting over to Meriwether County now.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit close to Greenville. So just to be on the safe side, folks, if you're over in Greenville right now, prepare for the worst as this comes through. Again, these tornadoes have been doing damage. It has debris right now with this tornado. That means it's damaging something, whether it's trees, houses, or just picking up pine straw. It's doing something out there right now.
I'm going to turn the alerts off real quick, and we're going to do a 4-panel.
Right. And I would, there's debris right there, and I would be safe to assume that it's probably trees and or houses that is showing up right there on the debris. That blue is a pretty high number there. Let's see what else we got here. There's a shear swath showing you the track of that tornado as it kind of just blew up. It blew up right off of the lake, right off of West Point Lake, and then came right through or just south of LaGrange, and now it continues on to the east-northeast. There's your velocity signature. It's not the classic green and red kind of thing going on right there, but that's the signature. and Ryan's kind of circling everything so you can see.
Yeah, so the circle is in the same spot in all 4 different squares. And the reason why I wanted to do that is show you features that we look for in this type of situation, lacking in some but excelling in others. I mean, we're still seeing a significant amount of shear out of the storm, but we're not seeing as tight of a couplet. We're seeing more of a linear line form on reflectivity, which is right over your right shoulder, but we're still seeing debris being wafted over, but not as much. Even in that last scan, it's starting to improve as well, which is good news that we're starting to see it fall apart. So, Jeff, it would be safe to say we're going through another oscillation period, and I'll put the warnings back on.
Let's just hope we don't get a third one out of this. We're hoping that doesn't happen.
Just to reset, Jeff, I'm going to zoom out real quick, and let's reset, and then we'll go back down there when we get a new warning, which I bet is going to happen.
Here toward Clayton, a severe thunderstorm warning.
Yep.
Got them all over the place.
So I'll put it in motion.
Okay.
We'll set the tone, and then I'll look at the chat, double check, because I think we're going to get a new warning here any second.
All right, so this is a new severe thunderstorm warning up here for Raven County. That's moving quickly. I mean, quickly, all the way over into the northern part of South Carolina. And we've got a lot of lightning showing up, too. Let's show you one of our cameras for you. And is it the one up with Mercedes-Benz? Yeah.
Hold on one sec, Jeff.
Okay.
Confirmed tornado on the ground, I-285 near College Park.
Oh.
Confirmed tornado on the ground.
On that.
Right near College Park, coming right at the airport. So we can take our airport tower cam in a minute here as well, because we might be able to see the tornado coming right in to town as we speak. So that warning's going to get issued.
Has the warning come on yet?
The warning has not come on. It's on the chat. It's coming right at just north of the airport.
Okay, so right around
confirmed tornado on the ground.
I really can't
we're not
see
seeing much
right?
on radar.
Maybe it's going to take for the next scan to come around before we see it. Nice little notch going on right there.
But that is a direct quote from the National Weather Service, and in the warning that is in the chat.
So coming right over 285.
Observed tornado DeKalb, Fulton until 4:15. A tornado-producing storm was located over East Point, or 7 miles southwest of Atlanta, moving east at 45.
Okay.
There it is, right there.
Probably somewhere in this area here. Let's keep investigating that. So take cover right now. This is a confirmed tornado. East Point over toward eventually Panthersville, anywhere just south of 85 as you're headed down toward the airport here. You can see right there, and then 85 splits off. So be very, very careful in this area, anywhere in and around East Point, College Park. You're going to want to get into your safe place, get into the basement, get under a workbench, get under something sturdy, because there could be a tornado headed your way. It has been, as Ryan said, it has been confirmed. Was that confirmed by a spotter? Was that confirmed?
It might be from the National Weather. I mean, their office is right there.
Yeah, it's not too far away from there.
They're not. I'm trying to read as fast as I can, but I'm not seeing who that report was from. But
can we take a look at the airport camera?
Yeah, let's do that. Oh my goodness.
So that could be, I mean, that could be a rain shaft. That could be.
And we can move that camera, Amy. If you have weather metrics called up, we can move that camera. If you don't, I can pull it up on my end, and I can move it as well and kind of scan. Okay, I will pull it up. I have it pulled up on my computer, and I'll move it because.
Yeah, let's do that so we can. Meanwhile, we've got this tornado warning. It does affect anywhere from the East Point area all the way down to College Park, back over into DeKalb out around Panthersville. It cuts right across the downtown connector, right as you're heading toward the airport, anywhere south of Atlanta. We've got what has been a confirmed tornado from the National Weather Service, and that is moving off to the east. There it is. There's the confirmed tornado. Expires at 4:15. So that's how long it's in effect. Let's see. Brief tornado. Oh, let's see. Is that what they're saying? It may have already lifted.
Yes.
Lifted on 285 in Camp. So it was right at Camp Creek in 285. It was right at the airport.
Yeah, that is right at the airport. And that's what you're looking at there. And I believe we're looking at the runway and looking south west, and the tornado, I believe, is on the backside of this camera. When I tried to move it, I think the winds are pushing the camera, and I could not move it as far to the north and east as I wanted. But you can absolutely see the heavy rain. You can see the clear cut there in the storm as well, outlining the severity of the winds. So you're still going to get an outburst of winds with this as well. Do you want to go back to Fox 5 Live Viper?
Let's just show everybody that again. I mean, we don't have, nothing is really showing up. There's no
debris signature.
No debris, there's really no velocity signature going on.
So that was just a quick spin up.
Maybe it was just a quick spin up, like they said. But
still the notch.
The one that's down in Troup County, now that it's moved over into Meriwether County, they're saying has ramped up again.
Yes.
So that's starting to strengthen now that it's going.
We'll go back down there.
Yeah, we'll go back down there in a second. But that, you're right. That notch right there, a little bit of
that's really the only indication I'm seeing of something tornadic, and it lines up perfectly with the velocity here.
Right.
Because there's a little couplet right there. But again, this is not the extent of what we saw coming out of Alabama. This is a much different scenario.
But this is a much more populated area, so
correct.
You know that can affect a lot of folks. Farther on down to the south, let's see. I guess that would be it right there.
Yeah.
As it makes its way up now to the northeast, that's going to be moving through right over State Route 100. There's the debris, so it's showing you that it's still picking up. It's maybe maybe this is a lot of twigs, a lot of trees, could be parts of houses and roof and shingles and other debris coming up off of the ground. And that cell continues to make its way up to the north and east. So if you're anywhere farther to the north of the Greenville area, starting to move into northern Meriwether County, as that continues to make its way up to the north and east, maybe up toward the Sonoy area, Starrs Mill High School in about a half an hour, Atlanta Motor Speedway, you're looking at maybe about 45 minutes or so as that circulation continues on this way, because this whole area right here has been rain free all day. So it's just kind of a sitting duck for this thing to continue strengthening as it makes its way up to the north and east. Now you got some rainfall a little farther up to the north. We've got those severe thunderstorms coming in from the west. Maybe these will outpace that rotation as it tries to come up, and maybe that'll help us out here and help us to maybe squash this thing just a bit. But it's still alive and well. Now, I wonder if we still even there's probably still a little bit of rotation going on right there, right? That was kind of the original.
That was the original. I just heard the chat go off again, so I was just making sure we're not missing anything before we zoom in. We'll go back to that original couplet. The one moving into Coweta County is the one that we originally came on air for near Grantville. And you alluded to about 30 minutes ago that they had about 30-40 minutes to seek shelter before this tornado warning came in. But they're going with severe thunderstorm warning off of that line. See how large that is? Peachtree City. But you're right. There still is a little bit of a couplet right there. And these are the two couplets, and I'm gonna circle them real quick just so we know. So this is the original one over Grantville. And this is the new one that formed over LaGrange. And typically, Jeff, when we see a second cell form or rotation couplet form south, that southerly one is always going to win.
Well, let's hope that this loses too in time, but it's going to continue on its way to the northeast. Hey, Fox 5 Storm Team meteorologist Jonathan Stacy, he's been on the road, he's in position, he's near Peachtree City. What do you got for us, Jonathan?
Right now we're going southbound on I-85, Jeff, and I just want to give you an idea of what I'm seeing right now. We've had to slow down dramatically because, as you can see, the rain is coming down here in sheets. There are a number of people on the road. We're getting closer to that Fayette-Fulton County line. There are a number of people out here on the road, but everybody is pretty much hitting their brakes. And the deeper we go, or the further we go down the road. Now, we are getting some reports that there has been some debris spotted from a possible tornado in the LaGrange area. But as you all have been been tracking, that particular cell is now safely into North Meriwether County. So we're headed in that direction. Once again, you're looking at I-85 southbound. We're exiting Fulton County, passing right underneath the underpass of Johnson Road. We're going to continue to press a little bit further to the south, but right now this rain is coming down, and it's coming down heavy. What I'm not seeing at this point are lightning strikes, which would be virtually impossible with the sound of this rain hitting this very strong, very hard utility vehicle that we're in. Notice the storm chaser, but nonetheless, it is a dangerous situation for anyone who's out here trying to get anywhere along I-85, especially as you get closer to the metro area. Once again, we're on I-85 headed towards Fayette County. We're going to move down towards the Meriwether County, where we do believe that there is likely a cell that is producing some tornadic rotation in that area. We're going to stay up to date and keep you abreast of things right here from the Fox 5 Storm Chaser. Send it back to you guys.
All right, stay safe out there, Jonathan. And this thing is really starting to ramp up again. This is right now over Alley. That's north of Woodcraft here. Look at these winds of 97 miles an hour. So this is tightening again. This is becoming a huge tornado once again, a very powerful tornado. That's the one that split off from the main one, formed over LaGrange. Now it's moving up over the Alley area. There's Midway. And this will just continue to move up. This right here, that's 71, right? Is that 71?
U.S. Highway 27.
27.
Yep, 27. And that is a serious...
That's all the debris right there. So unfortunately, this is doing some damage. We don't know what, but it's doing something. And that's going to continue to make its way up, maybe somewhere in between Rocky Mount and Midway. Doesn't matter if you're anywhere in this area of Meriwether County. Forget about us. Go down into your basement. If you're in a mobile home, if you've got somewhere else you can go to, please do that, because as that continues to make its way up through Midway and Rocky Mount, it's going to do some damage, folks. So you got to get in your safe place in your house. If you've got a workbench, you can get under something sturdy. Get under it, because you don't want debris falling on top of you. Make sure you have some shoes on. Make sure you have a helmet to protect your head from all the debris that'll be falling and flying around. Atlanta Motor Speedway, about 34 minutes. You got Stars Mill, 22 minutes. It's going to be moving your way. These things are, oh, and look at that. I mean, that's really that just cranked up another notch there.
Yep.
And these things are moving to the northeast. 55 miles an hour. I mean, it's, like driving down the highway. So it's going to be over in this portion here within a good 15-20 minutes.
So Jeff, 3 minutes ago, the wording was confirmed tornado located near St. Mark's or near Greenville, moving east at 55. And that's why the warning turned purple, because it's now confirmed on the ground. I don't think that's observed. It does say observed, so that means that a storm spotter helped us with that. And then we're getting 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts reported at PDK. So we can't forget about in town. We're also getting, damaging winds.
Right.
This unfortunately for Meriwether County is what we were afraid of in the worst case scenario in regard.
Wow, look at that. I mean, you can't even see out of our some of our cameras there. It's just coming down here in Atlanta. And that warning that was near the airport, that has since been lifted, or are they still going with that?
The tornado warning?
Yeah, the one that was just south of the city.
They canceled it.
They canceled that. So that was just a quick
spin up.
Quick spin up that touchdown, even if it was near Camp Creek Parkway, and then lifted pretty quickly. But we've got the severe thunderstorms coming through right now, and those are nothing to play around with. We've got heavy rainfall, we got lightning, we've got winds up to maybe 60 miles an hour. There's a 51-mile-an-hour wind gust, and I mean, even a 30-mile-an-hour wind gust. Think about it, when you're sitting around, the wind blows outside. It's a 30 miles an hour. That can knock down a tree. It could bring down some limbs. It can scare you. All of a sudden, if you get a gust of wind like that, and combine that with some hail, combine it with, what are these rainfall rates here? I mean, they got to be crazy. Like
extreme.
We're not going to get 7 inches, but that just shows you that's 7.8 inches in 1 hour. but the thunderstorm is going to be out of your area probably within 10 minutes. They're moving so fast. They're moving at 50 miles an hour. So in any one spot, you know, maybe it rains 10 minutes really, really hard, and then it's out of there. But you do the math on that, you're talking about maybe even an inch of rainfall quickly in 10 minutes as that comes through. So we've got pretty much everywhere along this line is warned, except for up in Toccoa. Now we've got this big warned area up here, up around Gainesville. These are severe thunderstorm warnings, not tornado warnings. But damaging winds, lightning, very heavy rainfall, and that extends right along the line, right through Atlanta, all the way down to Noonan, and then we get into, unfortunately, that tornado warning that's still going on right now down in Meriwether County. So let's just hope none of this stuff spins up. I don't necessarily think it will, but it could. But this one just unfortunately came out of that supercell that developed over in Alabama, and it's been on the ground now for forever, it seems like. It'd go all the way back to 1 o'clock when this thing touched down, 1 o'clock Eastern when it touched down over in Alabama near the Selma area, right? Wasn't that where it was? I think it was Selma. And now it's a portion of that is all the way over into Meriwether County. So again, anywhere along this line, if you're in McDonough, Covington, Athens, down to Griffin, you haven't gotten the rain yet, it's coming your way. And it's going to be an abrupt bunch of rain, a bunch of wind, and a lot of lightning coming your way. And the real heavy rain will probably only last about 10 or 15 minutes. This stuff is moving so fast, but just be aware you're going to get some possibly damaging winds out of it. You're going to get some heavy, heavy rainfall in a short period of time, which as it comes down that quickly could lead to some flash flooding or some urban flooding, some ponding on the roadways. And then after that, we'll just have some showers to deal with behind it that won't be severe. So it'll just be that leading edge that's severe. Let's go down and take a look at our tornado and see if that thing is still as potent as it looked just a couple of minutes ago.
Sure is.
Sure, it definitely is. I mean, that's you can easily pick that out right there. You can kind of see the little notch going around there, the little hook. That thing's rotating like this as it makes its way through Worcester, and it's going to be up near Alvaton as it makes its way up to the north and east. And we've just heard the poor airport has been through so much here, the last month, last couple of weeks. Now there's a ground stop at the airport because of all the heavy rainfall coming through. So they can't get planes up or planes down with all these thunderstorms coming through. So if you're headed to the airport, be advised that your flight is probably going to be delayed a little bit. If you're sitting out at the airport right now, you're not going anywhere. So maybe go get something to eat and wait it out while this storm passes. And if you're down in Meriwether County, again, take shelter. We've got this tornado which
still on the ground.
Still
confirmed.
on the ground, and from what we can determine is probably still an awfully violent tornado.
Yeah, and for our friends in Worcester, just a reminder of where your safe place is. That's the lowest level of your home, preferably a basement. If you're in a mobile home, hopefully you had a safety plan in place and you're able to leave your mobile home. New research is saying a couple of different things. If you are in a vehicle while traveling and a tornado strikes your car, it is now encouraged for you to stay in your car, remain buckled, and protect your head versus getting out and laying in a ditch. That's relatively new research. The other is make sure you have a pair of shoes in your safe place and a helmet in your safe place, because there have been some events in the past where you're just walking around in your house without any shoes. You go to your tornado safety place, and then, you know, a tornado unfortunately strikes your house, and then you're walking barefoot on debris, and we don't want that to happen. But lowest level, preferably a basement, away from windows, put as many interior walls between you and the outside, and that's the safest place to be.
Excellent advice. Absolutely. Yep. And if you're in Worcester right now, unfortunately, you're dealing with the worst of this. Alvaton, you're next. This is coming your way, or at least maybe close to your area. You can see Alvaton Road here, State Route 85, I believe that is.
Yes, that's correct.
Coming up to the north. So let's widen this out and give everybody downstream a heads up. If you're, what do you think, Brian? If you're probably out toward this portion of Spalding County over here.
Yeah, I would say in between Brooks and Griffin.
In Brooks and Griffin, that's kind of where that thing is going to be headed next. So maybe you don't get hit directly in Griffin, but if for some reason it does come by, it's going to be in about 25 minutes. But anywhere kind of up in this area here, maybe as well. Now it's kind of that last little movement here kind of took it a little bit closer to Griffin. But anyways, up toward Atlanta Motor Speedway, you know this area. If you're living out here in Spalding County, southern Henry County, you know, get prepared now. You may have about a half an hour. And you know, this is no joke. This thing has been, this one, even by itself, started in LaGrange. It's been on the ground for how long has this been on the ground?
30 to 40 minutes.
30 to 40 minutes. I mean, we rarely see that. We're rarely on TV showing you a tornado that's been on the ground for 30 or 40 minutes, let alone going back to 1 o'clock, so let alone 3 hours. You know, we weren't tracking it 3 hours ago. We were watching it 3 hours ago when it was over in Alabama. But we've been on the air now. How long have we been on the air? We've been on the air since
hour and a half.
Hour and a half. So we've been tracking a tornado that's been on the ground for an hour and a half. That's like Oklahoma stuff or Texas stuff, not what we usually see here in North Georgia. So take this thing very seriously. So there you go, Alps. We've got the center of circulation close to you. Again, I think it's probably going to be south of Harrelson. It's probably going to be.
There's the new warning.
What's that?
That's the new warning.
Is that a new warning?
Yes.
All right. So this one goes to 4:45, and you know, there's no reason why this may not be extended farther up to the north and east. The only thing we can hope for is that maybe some of these thunderstorms start racing a little bit quicker, although they haven't been outpacing this thing. So it would be great if we could get some of that, start outpacing it, maybe knock some of that circulation out. But right now the circulation stays intact. It is a tornado. It has winds possibly of greater than 120 miles an hour. You can see the real tight circulation happening right there. I mean, that thing is just really starting to continue.
And then Weather Service did allude to that it is going through a new intensification. I don't know about you, Jeff, but we learned to phrase that as an oscillation period, and what I've learned is
I went to school a lot. I know that you did. Yes.
So, okay, sometimes that's misunderstood as far as the message that I'm trying to get across. And my point in that is a rebirth. It's kind of going to fall apart. It's got to reset its bearings and its parameters that are in place. And then as it travels into a new, more favorable atmosphere, then it can go through a burst of energy once again and rapidly intensify.
It's kind of like thunderstorms in the summer when you get those
the pulse storms.
Pulse storms.
Yes.
You know, they get strong, they kind of rain themselves out, all of a sudden they get over some warmer air, and then they just blow up again, and that's kind of what this thing is going to be.
Or they rain themselves out. I mean, I think that's relatable here too, because we've been talking about all the excessive rainfall, and it's rain wrapped. So don't think this is a tornado you're going to be able to see coming right at you.
But did you say, I mean, stepping outside this morning, all you had to do was look up and look at the clouds and see how strong the winds were aloft. Right. I mean, they were flying across the sky. So that's just a good indicator of how strong the showers were. And we've got some hail video for you. This is from Tiger, Georgia. That's up in Tiger up in Rabun County, I assume.
Yes.
That's where this is coming from. So let's go take a look at the hail video if we can show you that. So we don't have it yet? Oh, we'll bring it to you.
It's okay. We'll get it in a minute. I was trying to post the new warning on Twitter, but we'll get to that. We'll get to that in a minute. But you can see
it's right there.
now on the backside. I saw this on April 27th, Jeff, while storm chasing, and back in 2011. Sometimes that the circulation get on the backside of a squall line, and what's interesting is you can't see it coming at you, but once it's passed, you can then see the tornado moving off in the distance, which is is a very ominous view, if you will.
As long as you're on the back side of it.
Correct.
Yeah. Don't want to be on the front side of it. No, but again, there's the circulation right there. The warning extends all the way up into Griffin. Do we still have this warning back here? That's just part of the old warning,
That's the old warning.
That's the old warning.
And as I put it in motion, you can see that warning is no longer.
I guess they kind of overlap a little bit.
They do. They overlap, but
overlap a little bit.
And I think right on cue they're going to let it go away.
So, so in portions of Pike County, right? That's
yes,
Pike right
Pike
there.
County.
And then much of Spalding County, especially all the way up toward Griffin. So Williamson on toward Griffin, or any part of Spalding County out here, you got to make sure you prepare right now. You get down into your basement if you don't have a basement, as Ryan was saying, an interior room. Oh, now we have video from Hartsfield Jackson of a funnel cloud. Oh, look at that, Ryan.
Oh, wow.
So I guess that's what they saw, right? Maybe
Yep.
That's what the Weather Service. Yep.
That's a tornado.
That's why we had that tornado warning.
Holy smokes.
But then it jumped over, I think they said, what, 285 Camp Creek
Parkway.
Camp Creek Parkway. And oh, you can see some debris. See that? Did you see the debris?
I missed it. I looked down for a second.
It's still floating in the air.
But by definition, if you see debris, it's on the ground. That's on the ground.
Okay, take a close look here. Look right over the car that has the brake lights on, and look up. Here it comes. Oh, there it is. Up. No, it's a little farther. I just saw it. keep rolling it. There it is. See that debris?
I do see it.
See?
Yeah, right by the power lines.
See? Yep.
Yep.
I don't know what that is.
There it is. I see it.
But it's something.
A little black speck. But yeah, by definition, that's a tornado. If you have a clear visual, we have clear rotation on radar, and you have debris flying, that is, and you can see it even circulating off in the distance.
There's a bunch of debris.
Off the semi.
Yeah.
You can kind of see it go in and out.
And it was sent in by a Fox 5 viewer, so thank you, Fox 5 viewers, for doing that for us. But be safe. Don't go outside and start shooting weather video of tornadoes coming your way, because we'd rather have you a viewer for a lot longer than going out and risking your life. So now we've got all those severe storms that are headed toward Conyers, Monroe, Social Circle.
Yeah, what I'm going to do, Jeff, is I'm going to back it up, and we're going to show you that little brief spin up right by the, and you can see it there. See that lightning strike? Right where that lightning strike is, that's where we had that little tornado spin up, right there by East Point. Watch how quickly it forms,
you can see the little...
and you get the warning, and then it dissipates and it's gone. And that same couplet, though, is now by Lithonia, headed out towards Conyers. And there looks like there's a little pulse in that. So in the chat, they did mention that there was another report of a funnel cloud from that same, I hit the wrong button, sorry, from the same couplet. So if you live...
anywhere in this part of DeKalb over here.
Yeah, over towards DeKalb.
So Lithonia, Redan.
Yeah, and eventually out towards Conyers, right along I-20.
So not to say that it's going to happen, but it could.
But there's a little feature in there, for sure. And that's the same one that produced a tornado, a brief spin-up. This is brief spin-up. This is not the long-track tornadoes.
But that was pretty impressive, that video from the airport.
Yes.
Was very impressive for just a little spin-up tornado. I mean, that looked pretty good. All right, we got so much going on here.
We'll reset and we'll go back to Meriwether, because that is still a confirmed tornado on the ground, and I believe it's strengthening. So severe storms closer to downtown Atlanta with that one brief spin up, and then the confirmed tornado farther south.
Let's show you one more video. This is hail from Tiger. Look at that coming down. I mean, that looks like snow on the ground. So that's Tiger, Georgia, up in Raven County. That was a severe thunderstorm, which has now moved over into South Carolina.
Correct.
So that's out of Raven County, but that's what could happen anywhere along that line as it comes through. These storms are capable of producing a lot of hail, and they've been producing a lot of hail. And Ryan's got a shot of our tornado down there.
Yeah, and that's tightening up once again.
That looks pretty mean.
Before we're going to go to Jonathan Stacy real quick, who's in Fayette County tracking the severe thunderstorm warning in the Fox 5 storm chasers. Jonathan, what's it like out there?
Specifically, Ryan, we are now in Fayette County, headed towards the Sharpsburg area on Georgia 154. I want to give you the view here because, once again, that main line that you all have been tracking that has produced likely a tornado in Meriwether County. We're now backside of that as we move southbound in through Fayette County. what I can tell you is that we've seen tree limbs strewn about the place. Even while we were driving down I-85, there was someone's bumper that was just literally lying in the middle of the interstate. But look at this. The last time we talked, sheets of rain were coming down. Now there's been a bit of a lull in the activity. We're safe and we're clear to move a little bit further to the south and even to the west, not to go into the direction of that debris signature that we're likely seeing pick up right now in Meriwether County, but to show you what we've seen anywhere from Troup County. Tornadic rotation on the ground. So what we're here, we're in Sharpsburg right now. We should be down there in about 30 minutes and we'll get an idea of exactly what happened as that tornado came through. I hear you're getting a warning in, so I'm going to go ahead and toss it back to you, Ryan.
Thank you, Jonathan. Yes, new tornado warning for Henry County. So along that severe thunderstorm warning line, Jeff.
This is new. This is not part of that
this is Jonesboro, Stockbridge. What I'm going to do is I'll find out more information about how fast it's moving and dive into it. I'll let you talk about some neighborhoods. Does that work?
Yeah, sure. Did you want me to?
No, it's fine. I'll zoom in.
Okay,
You're
cool.
on the wall. You talk about some neighborhoods, and I'll find out more information.
All right, so there's Jonesboro there. The storm is moving to the east, about the same thing, about 40 miles an hour, and that will continue to move off to the east. It doesn't really look like I guess maybe some of this is some of the rotation going on. Again, it doesn't look like a whole lot, but just like we showed you that video from the airport near Camp Creek Parkway, that was a tornado, and that was picking up debris. But we didn't see it on the radar. It was almost impossible to see. So again, take this seriously. There may be a tornado on the ground in and around Jonesboro. Could be right about there as that continues to make its way to the east. So it'll travel south of Stockbridge as it makes its way off to the east, and then eventually just straight across Henry County, maybe eventually over into Newton County. If it stays together, you don't know. We'll continue to watch it. The other one, the one that was at the airport, when that popped up, that was over within like 5 minutes. They put out the tornado warning, which is great because there was one, but then it was lifted as the tornado lifted, so they got rid of that. And we have reports now of trees down near the airport. We've got video of that for you. Wow. So that may have been that tornado that went through. I mean, we've got trees snapped off. We've got trees pushed down. We've got trees down everywhere. That definitely was probably a tornado, just looking at that. So very unfortunate. So again, and that was with a cell that didn't look like anything. And now we've got this one over Jonesboro, which doesn't look like a lot, but it doesn't have to be a lot to produce damage. Just like we saw last week when we had, 3 EF0 tornadoes that came through that were hard to see on radar. You could barely see them, but they did quite a bit of damage as well. But this one here, that's why you got to take this thing seriously. This pales in comparison to what we're looking at up to the north. This could be doing, unfortunately, quite a bit of damage now that it's making its way. What county are we in now? This is moving.
This is Meriwether.
That's Meriwether.
Very, very close to Pike and Spalding.
So I guess that's
Spalding County, I should say.
I'm
sorry, it's in that is Pike County going into Spalding. So it's now out of Meriwether.
Look at how that expanded. So it's in Pike right now. It's starting to move
that
up
was my fault.
Spalding.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, look at that.
That's not good.
That's unfortunate. And again, we're starting to get into areas that are a little more populated. The farther north you go, there's Hollandville, Kingbridge Road. We've got Dunbar School Road, Yarborough Mill, Blanton Mill Road here. So if you're familiar, if you live in this part of Spalding County, you know it better than I do. Make sure you take cover now. Anywhere in this area, especially north of the Pike-Spalding County line, you still got some time. You still got 5-10 minutes. Forget about your TV. Go to your basement. Get under your workbench, whatever you got to support falling debris, and get there and hunker down. Bring your, if you can, bring your cell phone with you. Download the Fox 5 Storm Team app would be a great thing for you to get your warnings. But seriously, you don't need any of that right now. You just need to be safe. You need to get somewhere where you can protect yourself and your family, because that's going to be doing some damage as it comes through. Unfortunately, hate to say that. It's the worst part of the job, but you know, unfortunately, that's the case we're in right now. So that's moving north again. Here's Spalding County, this corner here. Griffin's right over here, right behind the.
Yes, right behind the warning.
Right behind
there you
the
go.
Confirmed warning thing.
And unfortunately, I think it's headed very close to Griffin proper.
You really think so? So
Yeah.
it's going to go.
Yeah.
Think it's going to go this way?
It's going. I mean, because your couplet. I mean, right
it
there,
is.
it's intensifying.
So in Griffin, take cover.
It's 130 mile an hour gate to gate shear.
Good grief. Okay, so that's headed right toward Griffin. That part of Spalding County, Griffin, quite populated. So make sure you get in your basement. If you don't have a basement, find a neighbor that has one. Go knock on their door and go get in it. If you don't, stay in the interior room of your house. Get away from all the walls and windows, so that if anything does collapse, if any of your windows break, that debris is not going to be flying around and you're not going to get hit by it. That's why closets that are under stairs are great places to be. It's quite supportive. Maybe an interior bathroom where you don't have any windows and the walls don't touch the outside of your house. That's the room you want to get in. You don't want to be near the outside walls, because when the house collapses, obviously the outside walls go first, and then everything else comes on you. So there you go. So Griffin, how much? 13 minutes. That's enough time to again get in your safe spot there. If this continues going on to the east, it'll eventually maybe end up over into Butts County in southern Henry County, south of McDonough, if it stays on the ground that long. And again, these have been long track tornadoes, something we don't really get in January, which is crazy. This would be something that we would, if we saw them, it would be March, April type stuff, not January stuff. So again,
And Jeff, we have more damage reports and more video coming in from the Lithia Springs area, and that was associated with the severe thunderstorm warning that I alluded to earlier, when we started to get reports of damage not just south of I-20 but also north of I-20, and these 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts can absolutely cause disruption and cause damage. So our friends up in Gwinnett County, our friends up in Barrow County, Banks County, we're not trying to leave you out of the conversation. We know that those thunderstorms are rocking and rolling and causing some impacts outside your house as well. And we're getting reports from Lithia Springs of some damage to some traffic lights and traffic interruptions. The evening commute, Jeff, is about to really get in full gear. Thankfully, the worst looks like it's past downtown Atlanta, at least moving to the east, but there are still going to be a lot of people trying to get home. Schools, middle schools getting let out right now. Hopefully they're holding students down towards Griffin with that potentially large and destructive tornado moving into Spalding County. That's the main focus as far as where you really want to stay put, with the possibility of a spin-up tornado in Henry County near McDonough.
You can see how that line is just bowing right there.
Yes.
Right? It's kind of doing, I mean, that's a classic thing right there.
Which storm you want to go to first? You want to go Locust Grove first, or do you want to go down to Griffin?
Let's start up here. I mean, you know, all of you in the Griffin area, anywhere in Spalding County, take cover now. Let's go up here, up toward Gainesville. This is the leading edge of that line. Houston, starting to push up toward Decula, up in my neck of the woods up there, starting to move into Barrow County. Winds right now exceeding 50 miles an hour along the leading edge of that. That's enough definitely to do some damage as it moves through. So hopefully no power outages, hopefully no trees down in that area. Where you see the pink shades, that's probably some hail that's showing up. So let's go a little bit farther south, and Grayson, Snellville, Conyers. We were talking about that rotation earlier.
Yeah,
well, I guess that's farther
still a little
south,
bit there.
Down
There's
around,
still a little bit there
around Jonesboro. Yeah, still a little bit there. Again, here's your leading edge. That's where the strongest winds are going to be. There's the rotation tracker. So this is the one with the warning now. This tornado warning that extends through Stockbridge and farther out to the east. So there's been some rotation that's been happening with that cell, and as it continues to make its way through Stockbridge, whether it's a tornado or not, look at these winds, close to 70 miles an hour. That's way more than enough to knock some shingles off your roof, to blow down a weak outdoor barn or garage that's not all that strong. 57 mile an hour wind right now just to the north of Stockbridge High School. And then of course we've got that's a bad situation right there.
Griffin High School.
That is not good. I hope nobody's at Griffin High School right now. If you are, you've got to get somewhere safe. This is the tornado. That is probably on the ground. I can't imagine that it's not, right, Ryan?
No, that's definitely on the ground.
Look at the debris that this thing
They've got to increase the wording of this tornado.
Yeah.
This is trending towards a tornado emergency.
So, yeah, can't stress enough, anywhere from Griffin to Experiment to Highland Mills, you have to get
State Route 16.
You have to get somewhere indoors. Protect yourself in this area. This is about as strong of a tornado as we see here in North Georgia, and that continues to make its way off to the east. And unfortunately, we've got, where's Griffin? There's Griffin High School, right? I mean, it could be right on top of Griffin High School right now, right?
Very possible.
I mean, you know, that's just really unfortunate. So that will continue to move to the east.
Highland Mills, Experiment.
Okay.
The U.S. Highway 41 bypass right through downtown Griffin. You know, you guys know I do my school visits all the time. Some of the schools that I've visited in Griffin area, Griffin proper, you know, it's moving very close to those neighborhoods.
I've got lots of good friends that are from Griffin.
Yes.
That their relatives still live down there. I hope they're taking
that scan
cover.
is not an improvement. And to your point, Jeff, that scan put it right over
It put
Griffin
it right
High School.
over the high school, didn't it?
Yep.
Okay, so that that will continue moving to the east. That's going to be, I guess, approaching Pleasant Grove. What's this over here? Walker Mill?
Yep.
Walker Mill, Pleasant Grove. It's going to be moving your way. Oh yeah, look at that. So those winds are really still howling with that. Is it just me, or does it look a little more ragged?
Yeah, it is. Our last scan was gate-to-gate shear of 140 miles an hour. Now it's down to 110.
So
But
what about the debris? I mean,
the
if it went
debris is
past the high
probably
school?
just as stout because it's
right.
delayed. It's delayed because it's
Right.
being lifted up behind it. So this is probably more accurate to the scan that we got 3 minutes ago when it was over Griffin High School.
And this is probably the most populated area.
Yes.
That this has been moving over. So there you go. Yeah, it's starting to pick up.
You can see it pulsing there right over Griffin High School is where that debris signature took into another gear. Highland Mills. Okay, there you go. There's your debris now getting more scattered, which could mean two different things. It could mean that the tornado is getting larger or wider, or it could mean that it's lifted a little bit.
Okay, so let's show everybody farther on down the road here.
Yes, let's track it out.
So,
this is moving at more of the 50 mile per hour to the northeast.
So Locust Grove, I guess Locust Grove's next, right?
Yep, Locust Grove is next.
So what do we got for Locust Grove? The high school, 18 minutes there. McDonough, 20 minutes. It may, yeah, you know, I mean, this thing started, it came into Spalding County about right there, right?
Yes.
And then it kind of just went
Out of Meriwether into Spalding. Yeah.
So it should be somewhere between Jackson and Locust Grove, somewhere in this area maybe.
You know, let's do this, Jeff. Let's show the shear swath, and we can show you the exact path that it's taken.
Look at all that.
So from LaGrange is when it touched down to now Griffin.
Actually got
50
stronger
miles.
here, didn't it?
Yep, 50 miles.
So it's been on the ground for 50
miles.
miles.
After the other parent cell was on the ground for 125 miles out of Alabama. So two long track tornadoes.
So 175 miles if you combine the two.
Correct.
Because in essence, this was
kind of birthed out of it almost.
Birthed out of the other one.
Yeah,
right?
it literally it fed off the energy, spun off, and respecting that, we're still seeing that one from Alabama produce, damaging winds towards Peachtree City.
And that seemed to ramp up right there.
It sure did.
Right?
That's where we had gauge here of 140 mile per hour winds.
All right, so it's going through Griffin right now. You can see the debris right there from
Becoming
whatever
more scattered.
Been picking up.
It's on the back edge. Again, rain wrapped, lowest level of your home. Don't try and go out and look at this because you're not going to see it. Tornado safety place. And there's that where the reds touch the greens.
Yeah.
I mean, this is moving fast. This is really, and there's, we just got a purple warning. Oh no, that's the old purple warning where it was confirmed. I don't see, they just trimmed it to now where it's just Spalding. But if you're in Locust Grove, you need to get in your safe place right now. It's headed right for you.
Yeah.
And it's not showing signs of slowing down.
And, and if this is kind of a little bit, weaker or what, if it seems a little more ragged, it could, just like it's been doing in the next 5 minutes, this thing might just roar back again to life and then head its way up toward Locust Grove. I hate to see what has transpired down in Griffin from this. I mean, you would suspect that was on the ground.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, yes.
Large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Griffin, moving east at 60 miles per hour. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground in Griffin right now. And it is moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So it's picking up steam. And unfortunately, that wording came out right near Griffin High School. I really, really hope that everybody in the Griffin proper was watching or aware of the situation, because a large and extremely dangerous tornado just went through a very highly populated part of our viewing area.
All right, so those of you again up anywhere near Locust Grove, Pleasant Grove. Well, no, it's already passed. Well, it's moving right over Pleasant Grove right now. Hopefully,
State Route 155, Jeff. Pleasant Grove.
Okay, and then Locust Grove over here. We think it's probably going to get pretty close to Locust Grove.
It's moving 60 miles an hour, and Locust Grove, you're 8 miles away, so it's going to be on top of you before you can even react. So drop everything and head to your safe place. Yeah. Take your phone with you. Stream us live. Locust Grove, a large and extremely dangerous tornado is on the ground and headed your way.
All right, so let's go show people past Locust Grove.
Yep.
Those of you that live near Locust Grove, you know where you are, but we just want to let you know, just in case you're doing something else right now. There's Ola High School, Locust Grove High School in 13 minutes. So get down toward, let's do Covington. So yeah, Covington. Covington, maybe if it stays on the ground, and again, we keep saying that, well, maybe it won't stay on the ground. Maybe it'll lift. This thing, they show no signs of lifting. Covington is all the way up here. So 36 minutes. That's how fast it's moving. And it may stay on the ground.
They canceled that tornado warning up by Stockbridge.
Okay, well, that's good. Good. So this one's no longer.
Correct.
Good.
That's going to go away in a second. Okay. How about Morgan County, Jeff? Madison up through Jackson, Locust Grove, Jackson Lake, Madison. What we have seen, and I'm gonna verify this in a second, but when these tornadoes get to extremely large phases, they tend to right turn and right justify.
Yep. To
where the cone of probability might paint the path in a direct 45-degree angle, but it might go more closer to a, let's say, 30-degree angle, because it right turns and strengthens and pulses into that more favorable environment. So that's why we're emphasizing Jackson Lake. Not as certain that Covington area is going to get hit versus more so Morgan County. I think folks in Morgan County need to start having a serious conversation about how to react to a large
here near
tornado.
Madison.
Yeah, out towards Madison.
All right.
That's probably, 20, 30 minutes away if I put a storm track on this. 60 miles an hour. Madison, It has not shown up in here, so it's over 30 minutes away.
Yeah.
But Covington, it's saying 27.
Okay.
And I have it set up to where anything over 30 minutes doesn't populate in a populated area. But
there's your new warning.
That's, yep, and there it is. And it's purple, which means confirmed.
Okey-doke. So this is going to go over toward Butts County.
Yep, confirmed tornado. Just southwest of Locust Grove. Again, it's already moved through Griffin proper. Now it is moving towards Locust Grove proper.
Are they giving any kind of damage in Griffin? No?
I have not seen it. They just talked about the debris signature confirming that it is an intense tornado between Griffin and Experiment in Spalding County. Debris signature with circulation, very evident, but I have not seen any conversation of what has transpired down there.
All right.
But Christy King, if you're watching, she's one of my favorite teachers. I hope you and your family are safe. I'll just say that because know her very well. We're going to do a recap of the safety tips here. Jeff, I'll give you a breather for a minute. Go to your basement. Locust Grove, southern Henry County, northeastern Spalding County. This applies to you. Go to your basement or into your room. Put as many walls between you and the outside. Take shoes with you. Take a helmet with you. Bottles of water if you have time to do that. Locust Grove, we're giving you now a 5-minute warning. It is almost to you now. It is continuing to pick up speed. Protect your head. Get a flashlight. That's also good advice that could be useful in this moment. And a recap of your lowest level in your home. If that's your first floor, find an interior closet that's away from windows. If it's a basement, try and find a spot that is as far underground as possible. For me, that's pretty much on the north end of my house, where you can, it's where that wall is right up against the dirt of the front of my house. But think of areas like that you can go to, that you're aware of. If you live in a mobile home, you need to leave your mobile home right now and go to a safe place. Being in a mobile home with this massive tornado headed your way is definitely not a safe place to be. If you know someone traveling on I-75 near Locust Grove, give them a call right now and tell them to get off I-75 as quickly as they can and get to a secure building, whether it's a store, whether it's a gas station, somewhere where you're not on a vehicle vulnerable to this tornado coming through. And it is moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. I do want to look at the velocity here to show you that I do see some improvements. Improvements meaning we're not seeing as tight of a couplet, but that doesn't mean that it's not going to quickly intensify once again. It has done it for hundreds of miles now. This storm has verified that it is capable. Yeah, it does look a lot better. Jeff was just alluding to we're not seeing, and I'll put it in motion, Jeff, so that you can show what's transpired here over the last hour of a very scary situation. That's a large and destructive tornado moving through Griffin.
I mean, that was textbook when it was west of Griffin.
Yep, right.
I mean, that's just insane.
Right there.
Yes.
That's a signature that we read about, we study, we do case studies on to prepare for moments like this. And then we see it going through downtown.
So maybe this is good. Maybe but then again, that radar beam is shooting through all that rain behind it.
Right.
I mean, that could be corrupting it a little bit, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But one thing, Jeff, that I'm seeing here that reminds me of Chambers County, Alabama. Do you see that straight line wind bow on the right where your right hand is?
Right here.
Coming down? Yeah. You see that?
Yep.
That's almost identical to what it did back in Alabama, and then it split.
Yep.
Oh, could we see that again?
I don't know.
That is a possibility.
You have to wait and see. But on this leading edge here, I mean, that's an indication anytime when you see a bow like that of some just intense wind that's kind of pushing that signature outward. So what's that wind right up there? I mean, there's 53 mile an hour
Yeah,
winds.
53. But you're still seeing, and I guess that's good news, Jeff, is downtown Locust Grove is seeing lower winds than further south. But to your exact point that you pointed out when it was coming in from Alabama, and we saw this clear signature of a bow echo forming on the south end of the couplet. It turned into a straight line wind event, and then it rebirthed a new center of circulation. And I'm almost
So you think
positive
maybe down in here?
right by Jackson, I think is the new area that we need to monitor for a possible new center of circulation.
Well, we're not going anywhere, so we'll continue to
Yeah.
monitor this thing.
We're right here.
But
then, and there you go, the newest scan, 107 mile per hour winds headed right for downtown. So let's zoom in on that. We'll focus on this for the next couple of minutes as it moves through downtown Locust Grove, Jeff, and then we'll reset and look out. I don't think we're getting any additional reports towards Metro Atlanta of any warnings.
We still have the heavy rain, though. I mean,
Still have the heavy rain,
in
and
much
it's
of
still the evening commute.
Yeah, much of the big counties up to the north, we're still getting a lot of heavy rain and wind. But again, this looks better than it did a half hour, 45 minutes ago when it was back over toward the Griffin area when it came through Griffin. Is there any
Debris?
debris?
Good
showing
question.
up, or is that kind of
Nope, it's gone away.
That's gone by the wayside.
That's fantastic.
Or maybe that a little bit down to the south.
I'm sorry, I hit the wrong button, Jeff.
No,
Not quite yet.
no,
That's probably leftover.
yeah. That doesn't
leftover.
look like new stuff.
When we can go back and look at this more in depth, we can actually see how high the
What does
debris
that look like if you back it up just like a half hour or something?
Yep.
Oh, no, look. Right?
Yeah, there's definitely still debris.
Some debris coming up through there.
Jenkinsburg.
Hey, we've got
Butts County?
We've got some funnel video. Where's this from? Amy?
Troop County.
Troop County. So this is from
That
Troop
was
County.
from, okay,
That was a long time ago now.
that was a long
right?
time ago.
I mean, that was a couple hours ago when that thing was coming through.
So that could be either the circulation that came out of Alabama, or that could have been the new circulation forming, depending on which part of Troop. Because remember, in Troop we had two.
Yeah, we had two. We had the one that formed.
Two
over
tornadoes at one time. Wow, look at that. Important to note that is it impossible to identify whether that's on the ground because the trees obstructing our view, but you can clearly see the base of the clouds lowering, and that can be identified as a funnel cloud right over that cluster of trees on the horizon. And you can see the intense rain shaft coming in. And look how fast that's moving. That is moving really fast. That was in Troop County. So thank you to the viewer that sent this in, and you know, assuming that all is well for this viewer as well, knowing that a large tornado was on the ground.
All right, so let's get back to
Here we go. Believe tornadoes have lifted for the moment over Spalding, Henry, and Butts County, but this supercell has a history of cycling. It's almost like they're listening to us, and likely will spawn another tornado given the environment. So we're not done yet, but it is going through a rebuilding phase, or also known as an oscillation period, where we are going to have to watch this like a hawk. So Jackson Lake, getting your tornado, you still have to treat this with the severity as if it's on the ground.
In DeKalb County, I think on the where you just had up there.
Oh, sorry.
Over 7,000 people without
Yes.
power. Henry County, 1,300 people without power. Spalding County, power lines down, trees down. At East McIntosh Road at Tower Street, and that was at 4:35. Trees down. Fayetteville Police on the scene, and trees down in Fayetteville. It's a mess out there, people.
It is.
So if you live in any of the areas, well, if everybody's gotten the thunderstorms, stay inside at least for now, because you never know. You could be driving along and power lines are down across the road. You don't want to be dealing with that stuff. If you're out on the road, you got no choice. I mean, you got to get home. But if you're sitting at home right now and you're thinking, I'm going to run to the store, to go get some, wait a couple of hours. You can go like at 7 o'clock to the store. Let's go. So this is lifted. Butts County, right?
That's
Technically?
the indication is that, and now we're getting damage reports on the chat. So we'll talk about where it's headed. We'll do a storm track on this, and while we do that, I will read the storm reports and let you know what it does. The initial report doesn't look good. of how much damage that we're getting out of Pike County and Meriwether County.
And I'm sure it's going to continue. Spalding County will get quite a bit out of there. All right, so there's the track, and Covington about 18 minutes. And again, it seems now to us, and it seems like to the National Weather Service, that the actual tornado itself that was moving from Troup County, from LaGrange all the way up through Meriwether County and Pike County and through Griffin has now maybe kind of dissipated. It's going through a little phasing going on, and so right now there's not a whole lot happening as far as that tornado itself. There's still going to be a lot of strong winds. You still have the possibility of some gusts up to 60 miles an hour, some large hail with this storm. It looks like there's a pretty good hail core going on back here near Locust Grove. They were talking earlier about hail 1 inch in diameter, very large hail, almost golf ball size hail. And you can see what Ryan's drawing here. That's kind of the inflow right there, right, Ryan?
Yep.
Is that what you're trying to show everybody?
Inflow notch, but then also bowing of straight line winds in Butts County.
Bowing right there. Right?
Yep. Bursting towards Monticello.
And that's an indicator of a lot of wind coming in down through the thunderstorm and pushing that out.
This is 100%. You know, let's back up to Chambers County and show our viewers why we are seeing such a clear, symmetrical situation with what's going on in Henry County, which is good news. There it is right there, right? There's your bowing of where we saw the bowing. There's your couplet. I'm going to put it on velocity because watch how it splits. And it splits right there.
And we had the second one over LaGrange.
We had the second one, and then we have the tornado.
And then that came right up into
Griffin,
and that's when it was
right there. That's
crazy right there.
Right at the triple point of Meriwether, Pike, and Spalding.
And that we're getting
structural damage in Pike County.
In Pike County.
Yep.
Yep.
And then watch how it now goes more symmetrical. And when I flip it back to radar, you can see that classic exact same comma-like feature that we saw back in Alabama. And that's why we're watching the Jackson Lake area for a new rebirth of another tornado that could possibly form.
Well, this is almost outrunning the tornado warning that is up there right now. How long is that up? That's up until, I'm losing track of time.
Yeah, no, 5:15. But it's going to beat it. They're going to have to make a decision here in a minute of what they're going to do with it.
And this is probably some hail back here, I'm thinking, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, or it could be debris. It might not just be, there's your new tornado warning. Severe thunderstorm, oh, that's an old one. That's for Henry. New severe thunderstorm warning, but possible tag of tornado is what they're going with for Barrow, Clark, Morgan, Newton, Oconee, and Walton.
So that's the stuff coming
That's up here.
All the stuff that's coming out of Gwinnett, right? So
yes,
this
coming out of Gwinnett.
This one here that's approaching Athens.
So I assume when they include Barrow in that tag, it's just the far eastern parts of Barrow County, east of Winder.
Right.
Out at Watkinsville, Athens, Bogart, that's where you need to be heads up.
So this is eventually going to go down into Morgan,
Monroe,
Greene County. This is Oglethorpe out here. Right?
And that's the line that has a history of the brief spin-up tornado and other straight line wind damage.
See the leading edge right there? It's pretty strong.
Let's see what kind of tags we have on that. But you can see, Jeff, all of this is feeding into that couplet down by Jackson Lake. Isn't that fascinating how it just literally is like a pipeline?
It'd be real fascinating if it could just knock it out completely and we could be done with this tornado.
Right.
You know, it's been going on for so long. We don't want anybody else to be affected by that circulation. It was just
But all that,
intense.
that straight line winds.
And that's coming your way. So if you're out in Athens, Watkinsville, Madison, Social Circle, you're probably feeling it a little bit right now. It's probably starting to kick up out in Covington, but that's headed your way and eventually out toward Lexington, Greensboro, down into the Lake Oconee region. So Jasper and Putnam and Jasper County, you'll be getting that as that moves your way. And there's what we're kind of looking at is maybe this area here over toward Jackson Lake kind of refueling itself. So we're waiting to see what happens. And You know, I mean, it is a possibility, right? I mean,
Oh, yeah.
It's not completely
And speaking
out
of
the question.
waiting and seeing, Jeff, we
Yes.
do have video now from Griffin
Oh, wow. That's unfortunate.
near Jackson Road Elementary in Spalding County. That's, you know, large trees toppled over like toothpicks, thrown across the road. And then this is just the beginning of what we're going to get here in the next few hours. And again, this is also from Griffin. This is when that blinding rain, as we alluded to, a rain-wrapped tornado. You can't see anything. You can't see it coming unless you're out of that or rain shield. You would potentially have at least a brief opportunity to observe a tornado. But that's the blinding rain and the winds. You know, we're getting several combinations here of not just tornado damage. So if you have your power's out, if you have trees down, if you have damage, it's not guaranteed that it was a tornado. But I will say this, if it is in Pike and down towards Spalding County, that's where it's most likely going to be significant tornado damage, which we're already getting glimpses of.
Man, it's unbelievable. So,
and a lot of people on social media are asking, you know, let us know about the damage in Griffin. We want to know. As soon as we get that information, we will pass it along to you. You know, there's a, you know, as a storm chaser, I witnessed what happened on the ground when a tornado passes. No one is in the mind of, I need to send this to the news.
No.
Everyone is thinking like, I need to figure out, my life was just changed.
Yeah.
And emergency managements, these, you know, these people, the policemen, firefighters, EMT, they're all rushing to help right now.
They have more important things to do down there.
Absolutely. But I am watching the National Weather Service chat, which emergency manager will provide us with that information, but I can't then bring it to you until it's confirmed through the National Weather Service. There's a process that we have to follow, but I know, I mean, my phone is blowing up with alerts right now. I'm sure with pictures, I'm sure with reports. Our newsroom, our executive, our assistant news director, our executive producers, everybody is working really hard right now on getting us that information and providing us with, you know, multiple tiers to our coverage right now. But it's still happening too. So we need to continue to monitor the severe situation going on near Jackson Lake. We're just as anxious in hearing from our friends in Spalding County as you are as well. And if you happen to already have the storm pass and you're in Spalding County, I hope, you know, I'm thrilled that you're okay, and I hope that your family and friends are okay as well. But there's still a lot of forward thinking that's happening right now.
So does this look like something's going on here?
It's trying to pulse.
Trying to do
I would agree with you there. But again, you know, when we change the parameters here, there's still debris being kind of packed into that spot. Is that leftover debris?
I don't know.
Is that new debris?
I don't know.
That's what we're trying to figure out right now. And my analysis here, see how it goes from those blues and then it spreads out? To me, that's just kind of, it's dispersing the debris across the larger range, which...
But it's debris nonetheless.
It is debris. It is. There's still flying debris.
Stuff flying out ahead of it.
Flying out in the sky right now. Yeah.
Oh boy. So again, probably a lot of hail back here.
There you go. There's some
backside of it.
Street names and.
What's that? Saddle Acres. I see Jackson Lake down here.
Rocky Creek.
Rocky Creek. There's Alcovey High School, if you're familiar with where Alcovey High School is. And again, that's all moving up to the northeast, so eventually it's going to be maybe somewhere out around the Morgan County area near Madison with time. Right now, there's not a confirmed tornado with it. Right? There's not a confirmed tornado.
It looks like they just want severe thunderstorm warning, Jeff.
So we're down to a severe thunderstorm warning with that cell.
Yep, that's what it looks like they're going to do.
To the east.
There's got to be a tag of possible tornado. So with the history of this, with the new warning, I really think that we still need to stay with it as far as tracking. I mean, because it could spin into a tornado at any point.
Absolutely. But I think once this confirmed tornado warning is let go
At
which it
5:15,
may.
I believe.
5:15, or it may even be let go prior to that if this
Right.
thing gets out of there. Maybe we can turn it over to the news crews, let them do their thing. We'll take a bit of a break, and then if there is a tornado warning, we'll definitely jump back on with that. Oh, we don't have the crew in place. We are
No,
the crew, Ryan.
that's fine.
We are no, we don't need to go there now. That's
Yeah.
not what I'm saying. I'm saying let's
Prepare for that direction.
Let's let this expire. We'll stay on with it because you never know. Like Ryan was saying, this thing could flare up, and we could start seeing some rotation with it. And for the rest of you that are farther up, let's go back toward Atlanta. I mean,
Yep, let's reset.
because
Good idea.
we still have rain coming through Atlanta, but this is not severe. So anywhere
Is that a
behind,
tornado warning up towards Chattanooga? Is that a second
Oh, yeah,
line?
look at that. There's a little something going on there that's going to be heading toward Dade and Walker County. So we've got these individual cells maybe now starting to pop up behind this main line. I was just about to say that if you're behind this
that'd be great.
this line here, that everything's okay. You're just getting a little bit of rain, but for some reason we got something flaring up there, up in the northeast corner of Alabama, and that's going to be moving into Dade and Walker County, up
Yes.
around the Lafayette area, just to the south of Chattanooga. So that we weren't expecting that to
No.
happen, but that's just.
And that atmosphere was worked over heavy.
It's crazy.
They had crazy rain up there. Hail. We saw the hail from Tiger,
Just shows you how
Georgia.
strong the wind is.
Yeah.
The wind right now is so incredibly strong, just above the ground.
There's the hail from
Couple
Tiger,
things.
Georgia.
Yeah, there's your Tiger video from up there in Raven County, getting the large hail and the heavy burst of hail. And I'm sure this occurred in a lot of other spots across the metro area, because a lot of these storms had the potential to produce hail. Today, the freezing level was pretty low, so it's kind of easy to get that hail developing. Didn't have to push those raindrops that far up in the atmosphere to get them to freeze. So this was pretty common.
Jeff, real quick.
Yes.
Unfortunate
Oh, and this is the
update.
tornado by the
Yeah,
airport, too.
And an unfortunate update. People are trapped in Griffin. An experiment. On houses damaged. Also, our producer let me know that in Pike County they have structural damage as well. But just on the National Weather Service chat, and this is more Griffin damage.
Oh, jeez.
On 14th Street.
That is, what did that say? Jefferson Funeral Home? I think is what, if anybody's...
I missed that.
Jefferson Funeral Home.
They'll probably come back around, but significant
There's
damage.
going to be a
and now
oh my
reports
gosh, a lot
of
of
people
this
trapped in their homes. This is a big deal.
way big deal.
This is, the fear that we had when we were bringing you that information, talking about, a tornado, a confirmed tornado. I think we alluded to it should have been a tornado emergency. There was, at one point, a large and destructive tornado on the ground confirmed.
Either way, it was a strong tornado,
Yes.
and hopefully, people heeded the warning and got inside. It's unfortunate, though, Sonoya, this is from Sonoya, these strong winds that were coming through there.
Just north
Oh,
of
look at that, blew that
palm tree?
Umbrella down. Oh, look at this
umbrella?
stuff in the back. What is that, a trampoline? That
Oh, yeah, there it
trampoline's
is. There
going
goes the
bye-bye.
trampoline.
Yep. That's,
Holy cow. That looks like that was straight line winds. And that's what we were trying to also mention, was that it wasn't just, they continued the tornado warning, Jeff.
Okay.
They just extended it to 5:30.
So this is up into now, what, Madison?
That
into
Morgan County. That would be parts of Newton, Jasper, Morgan, and northern Putnam.
So let's go see if we can see anything.
Yeah, let me
right.
reset here real
Can
quick.
you do that?
Yep, zoom in here, but it's a new warning.
I mean, look at the
comma.
the comma going on.
And that's why the National Weather Service was like, we're not going to ignore that.
You can't ignore that.
That's a very
classic shape.
Yeah. And then you get all the inflow on the back side of it. But let's look at the velocity. Yeah, there it is, starting to tightening up right over Jackson Lake, as we've been talking
So
about
here we go
Rocky
again.
Creek, Alcovey High School. You alluded to that. Yeah, here we go again. This is about to ramp up again.
So let's put a
103.
After you're done doing that, we'll
Yep.
do a
Storm track.
Storm track.
You got it.
Let everybody downstream know what's happening.
But Rocky Creek, Patty Drive, Bear Creek, Point, which I assume is very close to Jackson Lake, just north of Jackson Lake, because now we're moving into Newton County. We're in Newton County now, Jeff.
Yep.
That's where that circulation is, right on the county line. And I did not see how fast it's moving, but I assume that it's moving at probably 50 to 60.
Yeah, 50. Sounds good. They've all been going about 50 today. Okay, so Madison, you got 27 minutes, so that's not much time. Again, you know, get in your safe place there. If you don't have a basement, get in an interior room of your house underneath a stairwell. Get into a if you have a bathroom that is interior without any outside walls, get in there. Make sure you protect your head. Put on shoes. I know that sounds kind of like basic, but if everything kind of blows up around your area, you're going to have a lot of glass, you're going to have a lot of sharp objects on the ground, debris, and you got to have something on your feet to protect you. So make sure you do that. Get a flashlight. Of course, most of us, almost all of us have smartphones, and you're going to have a flashlight on your smartphone. Make sure your smartphone is charged, because if one of these tornadoes comes through your area, more than likely you're going to lose power. So you're not going to have electricity to charge things up. And again, stay away from windows, because windows, outdoor, exterior walls of your house, that's the first stuff that's going to start going. Ryan's searching through all the data right now on the Fox 5 Live. Do you see anything there?
Not.
I was trying to read that and look at your thing at the same time.
No, it's fine. It's good news of what we're seeing, I think. I'm not seeing anything alarming. I'm not seeing anything that suggests
got this big
it's still very, very impressive. Anyone who's in this area, Newborn, I should say, Mansfield, Avalon, and Newton County, if you look up at the clouds, they've got to be swirling. I mean, the turbulence within this and the shear rate is just extreme. And that's why this continues to survive. And there's the actual shear rate right now versus the swath.
So was this the old warning here?
That's the old warning.
That was the confirmed.
Correct. And now we're in a new tornado warning, which is tornado possible, capable of producing a tornado.
Okay.
So we have not observed a tornado in Newton County. And that latest scan right there is good news, as far as it looks like the shear in it is weakening a little bit. I'm not seeing in the hundreds as far as estimated winds. We're seeing more in the 70 to 80, but still, that's
I don't want
intense.
70 mile an hour
No.
winds going through my house.
I don't either.
No.
Old Post Road, State Route 11 south, I believe. Yeah, State Route 11 through Newton County. James Benton Road, Davis Road. The couple's headed right in your direction.
So widen that out just a little bit so we can kind of figure out where we are here. Okay, so
Headed
there's
towards
Covington up
Newburgh.
there. And then we've got Jasper County here, right?
Correct.
And then, so...
It's right on the county line.
Yeah, right on the county line of Newton County and Jasper. So that'll go right up into Morgan County and eventually maybe over toward Madison.
Yes.
It just looks like there's something going on there. I know it's not the classic velocities next to each other, but it just kind of looks like something's happening.
Yes, and we do have we have Tyler Fingert standing by in Lithia Springs with storm damage from earlier today. Tyler, explain what you're seeing.
Yeah, hey, Ryan, we're here just off Thornton Road near Oak Ridge Road. So just a couple of minutes ago when I pulled up, there was a power pole that was on top of a car that was actually, I believe, waiting for a red light. The power pole dropped on top of it. I believe we have video, if it was able to get turned around, where power crews were actually in the process of removing that. I'm told that the person who was in that car had to be taken to the hospital. Unclear the exact condition, but they were on the road driving, and then all of a sudden, those winds, again, just toppled over all of a sudden that power line and power pole on top of it, and it ended up trapping them in that car until first responders could get over here. And it looks like at another business, a window got shattered out here. If we come back out here live, though, I'm walking towards another section that I passed by before I saw with the car and a power pole. A side of a building actually came crashing down during all of this. We're not obviously sure if this was a tornado in this area. It could have just been straight line winds. That's something that the National Weather Service will determine. But as I come up on this is, I was not over here a little earlier, but you'll see all the cinder blocks pretty much coming down from the side of the building. It looks like crews are now going through some of the damage here. But again, the side of the building just coming down during the severe storms that came through here just about an hour or so ago. All the cinder blocks coming down from the side here, crashing onto the grass here, and unclear if anyone was hurt in something like this. But what exactly... lots of different things could have prompted something like this, but this is really probably the most significant damage. Just beyond where all of this debris is, there's actually a tree that also came down. That's really the most significant stuff we've seen in this area. Where the side of this warehouse came down during the severe storms, and then also a car that was driving just down the street when the power pole just snapped and toppled right on top of that vehicle. So lots of different pieces of damage coming out of the storm over in where we are over in Douglas County. Again, we're off of Thornton Road and Oak Ridge Road. Again, this is a live look right now. You can see, if I can zoom in a little bit right there, a person looks like going through the debris over here, trying to, I guess, look for maybe any remaining, if there was anything they're trying to salvage. But obviously you can see a lot of the items that were inside the warehouse appear to be soaking wet, obviously, as the system was moving through, dumping a lot of rain and also bringing a lot of wind. I'll send it back to you guys.
Tyler, appreciate the report. That is just...
It's unbelievable.
Incredible images of, that's a brick building, crumbled. And I believe that was from severe thunderstorm warning earlier today.
Wasn't that where you were looking and there was like it looked like there was a little something going on?
Yeah, there was a little couplet, and I believe that was a branch of the airport.
The airport one.
The airport one. It was kind of in that same cluster where when we pulled up the velocity, you saw a couple of little indications of little couplets, but wow. So, we talk about, these tornadoes and the possibilities, but to see that damage when on paper or on radar,
it wasn't anything.
There wasn't much there.
There wasn't much.
And let's paint the picture though for where we did see significant images on radar. And bracing ourselves for the more images that we're going to get out of Spalding
County. We've got Griffin, I think, right now. We've got some. This is Hobby Lobby in Griffin.
Holy cow!
So if anybody, look at that. That building is gone.
Ripped off. That's susceptible to what, 140, 150 mile per hour winds plus?
I bet you that thing's going to end up being a
F3, F4.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're very hesitant when doing damage surveys to go EF5. And just a little side note too, Ringgold, Georgia is the only EF5 in history in Georgia.
Hey, let's get back to the one that's still got the warning on it, because we switched over. We went down to
a different radar,
Robbins, right? We went down to Warner Robins,
and there's the red touching the green right there.
Get there. So there's still something going on here. Little spin going on there.
62 gate to gate.
Maybe this is just taking a little bit of a break here before it starts to ramp up again, but there's still a little something going on down there. So don't let your guard down anywhere in this part of northern Jasper County, and then all the way up into Morgan County, up to around the Madison area, south of Newborn right now, south of Mansfield, if there's still something happening. And this is with the one that earlier was all the way down toward LaGrange. So it's we're going on 2 hours now with this thing.
That's correct.
Right?
Yes.
An hour and a half, 2 hours where this has been either on the ground or basically on the ground. And now we're not sure if it's on the ground or not. The Weather Service is still keeping that tornado warning going on, although it's not a confirmed tornado warning, but there's enough there enough there to keep that warning going on all the way up toward Madison, out toward Greensboro. If it were to stay together that long, 38 minutes. And even if there's not a tornado in this area, even if there's not a tornado in the Morgan County vicinity or over toward Greene County, you're still going to get some intense wind. And that intense wind can still do a lot of damage. So don't let your guard down on that stuff.
Yeah, and you see Morgan County High School now in the track there in about 20 minutes. And I know Michelle Osborne, the meteorology teacher at Morgan County High School, is watching right now and saying she's hunkered down and waiting for this storm. And unfortunately, it looks like it is gonna that area of concern where the red is touching the green is headed right for Madison and Morgan County.
So let's go show it. Let's go show all the. We don't want to leave everybody else out. So let's go show what's going on a little bit farther to the north. Excuse me. We still have this severe thunderstorm warning here. That goes from Athens, and they're getting some strong wind there now, and that extends all the way down just past Covington. This is all kind of starting to coalesce, isn't it? It's all kind of coming together right there. And then we've got the severe thunderstorm warning that extends through Jasper and Putnam County. I'm sure that'll be extended farther eastward. Give this about another hour. It's completely out of our viewing area. So that's the good news for us, bad news for folks back over here. And then we've got this cell all the way up in northeast Alabama. We thought, Ryan and I were just completely dumbfounded that there was a tornado warning that all of a sudden just popped up there. That area had been totally kind of raked over by these thunderstorms that came through, and usually when that happens it kind of stabilizes the atmosphere, and so you think, well, we're not going to get really anything popping up again, but the winds are just so strong with this storm in the mid and upper levels of the atmosphere. It's obviously spun something up here, and now that's just a plain old severe thunderstorm warning going on.
But you see the other cells moving into, what is it, Anniston area? Yeah, Anniston, Jacksonville,
so I guess we got to keep a close eye on those.
You got to watch out for those guys too, because I think that's the cold front. I think that's the cold front. I haven't looked at a surface chart lately, Jeff, but I would guess that that's where the cold front is parked, is just now east of Birmingham.
Let's show some people some good news. This is the airport right now.
Yeah.
And there's
wow,
sunshine.
Look at that.
So there you go. That's the clearing that's taking place behind this line that has moved through, and you know, maybe that's helping to fuel a couple of those more showers developing farther out to the west where they're getting a little bit of sun and the atmosphere is starting to get fired up again. But we're not going to see whatever's developing out to our west over in Alabama. It's not going to form another intense line of thunderstorms coming through. We're not going to get a squall line like this that's going to be severe. We may get some of these little individual cells that pop up that could maybe become a severe thunderstorm, maybe a little brief spin-up tornado. We'll have to watch that very, very closely, but it's not going to be anything like what we're seeing right now. So again, we still have that tornado warning. That's up until, what was that, 5:45?
Yeah, 5:35, I believe.
5:35, somewhere around there. And that extends from around the Jackson Lake area.
5:30.
5:30, all the way up through Madison. But again, that whole line, it's not really showing what it was showing before as far as the signature for a tornado, but it certainly still could produce one. This thing has just been an incredible storm since it began all the way back over into Alabama, down around Selma. It was a long track tornado that came all the way up into the LaGrange area, kind of split off, kind of a new tornado formed off the old one, came right through LaGrange, right up through Griffin, did a lot of damage, and now it continues on, at least that cell continues on, up toward the Madison area. Again, right now, I think the main concern is the leading edge of these thunderstorms with these incredible winds. This just, again, shows you how fast the wind is aloft. If you were out early this morning before it was raining, all you had to do was look up. The clouds were just racing across the sky. That's because the winds aloft are so strong, and a lot of that is being transported down to the surface in these thunderstorms.
Right.
So you're getting out of the leading edge of that, right? Some of that wind is coming all the way down to the ground, and that in itself can do a lot of damage. But there you go. I mean, this storm that we've been watching, the one that we, that initially had the tornado back over toward Griffin, it's going to probably outpace that warning, right?
It is.
I mean, it's cooking.
Yeah, and they might migrate away from a tornado warning with the next, the way they handle it. I haven't seen any chatter
You
in
see
that.
a lot of counties being
canceled with the tornado watch, which is also good news, but we're also seeing that line come out of Alabama with a warning on it.
Go look at the Birmingham's radar. We'll
Sure.
see if that stuff looks any stronger out back toward.
This guy right here by Talladega,
Yeah.
call that a tail end Charlie. Meaning it's on the tail end of the
It's a new one on me, Ryan, but I like it.
this is a storm chasing phrase that we used to use. Which means it's on the. This one would essentially have the most favorable environment because there's nothing south of it. But I've seen other cases where you can get rebirth or new birth south of that, and then you get another one, and then you get another one, and that's the trend that I'm seeing. And from what I have witnessed with events like this, even if it does go to a worn cell, it's not going to be anything like what we have witnessed earlier today. The big story was down towards Pike County, Meriwether County, Spalding County, specifically Griffin, getting absolutely really significant damage from a large and destructive tornado where it has ripped off the roof of a Hobby Lobby, caused structural damage. People have been reported being trapped. This is going to be a huge story moving forward as far as that one tornado that came out of Troup County and moved through Marion. Speaking of it, here's the Hobby Lobby, where you can see everything is just toppled over, ripped apart. The roof is ripped off of the building. And as Jeff pointed out earlier, that's most likely an EF3, EF4, possibly EF5 type winds. Where we're talking well over 100-mile-per-hour winds to be able to do damage like that to a very well-built and structured building. And we just hope and pray that everyone in that area was able to get the warning they needed and get to a safe place. There's the tornado warning till 5:30, scrolling on the bottom of your screen as well. It goes until 5:30, but as Jeff pointed out, it's mostly going to run out, and there it is. They just issued a severe thunderstorm warning beyond that tornado warning, so they're now more focusing on the damaging winds with a possible tornado tag versus only tornado, which is really good news.
And now we've got time on our side because the sun sets here within about a half an hour?
Yep. Just before 6 o'clock.
Yeah, so we're going to lose all the heating. Hopefully that's going to help to kind of quell the ones that are farther out to the west over into Alabama. And right now, we're just worried about the strong lines, strong winds along the leading edge of that line as it continues to make its way farther to the east. So the tornado warning is over with for now? Or
just disappeared.
Just disappeared. There it goes. Okay, we're out of the woods as far as the tornado warning is concerned. So let's widen it out. Let's just review what's happening here. Again, we've got the leading edge here with the possibility of damaging winds anywhere from now Macon all the way through Eatonton. This is going to be approaching Greensboro. It's going to be approaching Madison. If you're out toward Elberton and Lexington, you're on the leading edge of that. So expect some very strong winds, possibly some damaging winds as it comes through. The possibility of some hail, very heavy rainfall, as well as lightning, and we're watching these cells back here, which hopefully won't amount to much. So right now we don't have any tornado warnings in effect, so we can safely throw it back to the news team. We've got lots of news to cover this evening. We've got all the damage that has occurred down to the south and even in the metro area. We got all our reporters out on the road. We're going to bring that all to you, and we'll be back if we have any more tornado warnings right away.
The news moves fast, and so do you. So take the news with you. You can scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 News app now. Inside the app, hit the Watch Live button to stream Fox 5 News wherever you are. Get alerts for the biggest stories and the latest news headlines, weather coverage, sports breakdowns, even I-Team investigations. So what are you waiting for? Scan the code now and take the news with you. Download the Fox 5 News app now.
Get the power of the Fox 5 Storm Team in the palm of your hand. Scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 Storm Team app. Inside the app, you'll find everything you need to plan your day and keep your family safe. Set your location to get instant notifications for weather near you and even get life-saving alerts when severe weather threatens. From your hourly forecast to a full 10-day breakdown, it is all at your fingertips. Scan the code now and take the Fox 5 Storm Team with you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. We've had live team coverage of the damage that's being caused all across North Georgia, from LaGrange through Griffin into Spalding County, and straight line winds. The threat from those continues tonight.
Yeah, we want to show you just some of the images that we're seeing now of the leftovers of the storm. You want to check out this video of the funnel cloud that was near Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. We got this from a viewer, Rosalie Toubre. I don't know if we have that yet, but when we get it, we'll bring it up and show it to you. Here it is. You can kind of make out just the outline of a funnel cloud touching down. This was a couple hours ago. And the FAA had issued a ground stop at the airport. Unclear if that is still ongoing because it appears, according to our storm team, that the weather had moved away from the airport a few moments ago. But the NWS is now confirming that a tornado did touch down on the ground there. We have not received any reports of damage, but again, a tornado did touch down at one point near Hartsfield-Jackson Airport.
Let's look at North Georgia. This is Rabun County. Some hail video in Tiger, Georgia. Generally speaking, what happened here in Georgia today, the worst of the damage has been south and east of Metro Atlanta. This, of course, up near the border with North Carolina in Rabun County. Tremendous hail up in that area. Not a lot of damage, but you can see that certainly an extraordinary scene there in Tiger, Georgia.
And the same viewer who sent us that funnel cloud near the airport also captured this picture of trees down on I-85. Take a look at that. Massive trees just being blown right over. This is located right near the airport.
Let's take a look at the Hobby Lobby in Griffin. Tremendous damage there. The roof is completely gone. Of course, Griffin, south of Hampton along Highway 41 in Spalding County. Ryan and Jeff were showing us the threat to Spalding County. One of the tornadoes looked to be near the high school there. This, again, is the Hobby Lobby. You can see shelves filled with Valentine's Day candy. Griffin, a city of 25,000 people, and we've seen more damage there.
Yeah, we continue to get more images out of Griffin. This next picture is along South 14th Street. As we wait to get that image up, and take a look there, it just looks like really bad damage. It looked like a church, and these are homes. It looks like there are some trees down, damage to roofs, to residents' homes there. This is along 14th Street in Griffin. You can see some significant damage to a sign at a business there. And
that one, I believe, is a funeral home. And we have some more images out of Griffin. Several trees down along Jackson Road. This is right near Jackson Road Elementary School. Let's go to that video. Some very, very large trees. This is the same system generally speaking, that came out of Selma, Alabama, up through LaGrange, stayed on the ground for a long, long time. Ryan Beasley, did it bounce on its way from southeast or southwest to northeast, or did it stay on the ground all that time? Do we know?
I like that phrasing. I think bounce is a good way to phrase it, because we had several times where we could kind of take a breather and say, all right, it's going through a rebuilding phase, and then it would touch down again, and it would be more intense than the previous time. And right now we're one of those lulls where we're not seeing enough rotation within the storm to have a tornado warning. So let's set the tone for you. Cold front is still back to our north and west, and this is just a fierce storm system that has a tremendous amount of tentacles to it, with those strong to severe storms, rotating storms, damaging winds, hail, flooding. We've seen it all today, and we're not quite done yet. And what I want to paint the picture for is why we're seeing such severe storms. You have very unseasonably warm air colliding with unseasonably cold air, and when you get that really close to one another, you get a reaction, and that reaction right now is all these showers and thunderstorms. So far, we have not had any official reports, storm reports, in our viewing area for the tornado, but those are going to be filtering in very soon. But this shows you that tornadoes go back towards Alabama, and we tracked one long track tornado on the ground for over 120 miles, and then where this tornado report is, it's split, and we saw a new tornado form right over LaGrange and then move off to the north and east and track for its own 100 miles. And that's where we zoom in right now and show you the latest warning, where it is a severe thunderstorm warning moving away from Morgan County out of Madison, but definitely getting confirmation that there's still heavy rain, damaging winds going on. Power outages are going to be climbing by the thousands as we continue to monitor the storm. But in Greene County, you're up next. Watkinsville, Bogart, Athens, you're almost in the clear from that. Oconee County and Clark County, and moving towards Lexington, Oglethorpe counties is where we're going to see this. So the good thing is that we're getting away from all of these strong to severe storms. But in the wake of it, we still have some pretty windy conditions. The winds are going to remain strong not only this evening, but tomorrow. They're really going to ramp up as they rotate out of the north and west and bring and usher in an absolutely stout bundle of Arctic air once again. And then our visibilities, which is interesting that we have low visibility, because I've seen out some of our tower cams, absolutely magnificent sunrise or sunset happening at this hour as well. So keep an eye out for that as far as the calm after the storm, and maybe some rainbows as well. It's just a reminder that everything's going to be okay as we get through this together, as this storm system really did bring quite a punch. Temperature-wise, Jeff alluded to it earlier during our tornado coverage. This morning just felt different. It had that unique tropical feel in our atmosphere, and now we're starting to get some of that rain-cooled air. But what's fascinating to me is that Rome is warmer than Atlanta, and where that new line of storms is trying to move in from Alabama, it is technically colliding with some re-energized atmosphere versus Athens, where it's 53 and you have that rain-cooled air. LaGrange, 68. So the tail end of that line of storms could enter an atmosphere that is still conducive for strong to severe storms, and we're going to have to watch it like a hawk for sure. But the timeline throughout this evening, again, takes all of the bulk of the strong to severe storms far to our east, and then there's that, the model is even picking up on that cold front moving through with additional showers and thunderstorms. So I would not let down your guard completely as far as thinking the rest of your day today is going to be rain-free. Now, is it going to be tornado free? Most likely. I think the worst is over for now, but I still want to keep a close eye on these storms moving out of Alabama. Overnight tonight, our winds rotate out of the northwest, bringing in that fierce burst of Arctic air, and temperature whiplash is going to be in full force tomorrow, so I want you to be prepared for that. Here's another crazy fact. Tornadoes today, snow flurries possible up in the North Georgia mountains on your Friday morning and even the parts of Friday afternoon. So as far as this evening, we are expecting things to calm down, temperatures to calm down as well. And again, the futurecast here brings a lot of that the heavy rain and the storms to our east pretty quickly. But again, the severe weather potential right now is moving through parts of Morgan County, moving into Greene County, and away from parts of metro Atlanta. The tornado watch has already been canceled for the first counties that were initially under the tornado watch, but they are most likely going to see these the tornado watch get canceled as well into a little bit better situation as the environment gets more favorable as the cold front moves through, where the forward thinking is going to be more so in the fact that we're going to have high pressure moving in with sinking air, yielding to a much calmer and colder day for tomorrow. But one thing you can't quite see yet is on the tail end of that low pressure system, we can get some snow flurries that are going to fire up. So we'll have to watch that in the overnight hours and tomorrow, and confirmation of that Arctic air as well, where it is very, very cold behind this cold front and very warm and unstable ahead of the cold front. And that's why we've been on air for hours, keeping you and your family safe and informed. Again, all of the storm reports so far have been out of Alabama, meaning that there have been confirmation of identifying as tornado damage or identifying certain hailstones or wind speeds, all of that. And you're going to see more of that dotted across our landscape later on tonight when you join us on Fox 5 News at 10 and News Edge at 11. We'll have a lot more of those icons on Fox 5 Live Viper talking about what happened. And then tomorrow, the National Weather Service will send out survey crews, which then will give us the exact information. And that can take a day or two, especially given how vast the damage is and widespread across our area. I would not be surprised if this weekend we're still getting reports of certain tornadoes that occurred in our viewing area. But again, the focal point and the one we're all kind of sitting on the edge of our seat for is anticipating images and reports out of Griffin, Spalding County, Pike County, Meriwether, and I'll even throw Troup County near LaGrange into that conversation where that long track tornado originally touched down. And again, that severe thunderstorm warning continues for parts of Morgan County, Greene County, and Oglethorpe counties. We'll have more on an outlook for this weekend and the week ahead coming up a little bit later.
Okay, sounds great, Ryan. We want to show you another look now at Hartsfield-Jackson Airport, where earlier a confirmed tornado touched down near the airport. At one point, a ground stop was issued. Flights weren't coming in or out of the airport, but that has now been lifted. And you can see there in that live picture at the airport some sunshine peeking through, a great sign.
The sunshine behind that front. Let's go north to Lithia Springs in Douglas County, where the wind was strong enough to knock down a cinder block wall. Fox 5's Tyler Fingert is on the scene there in Lithia Springs to tell us more about that. Tyler?
Yeah, Russ, you can see it right behind me here in Lithia Springs, right near Oak Ridge Road and Thornton Road. Let me flip the camera around to show you this. You'll see this is basically a warehouse. I just talked to one of the people who works here. They say they have 18-wheeler parts. They are like a repair shop of sorts, and they said that all of a sudden the power went out, and then the cinder wall block wall just fell, and now you just see the mess that is left behind. The good news, everyone who was inside, okay. That is obviously some great news, because a situation like this definitely could have been extremely dangerous. I mean, you can see the cinder blocks just tossed around as it just came crashing down right here on Oak Ridge Road in Lithia Springs. I'm going to step back a little bit to show you a different shot, because I did just speak to another person at a business next door, the collision center right over here. You'll see that they have a wood on covering a window. That got blown out during the storm that came through here about an hour and a half ago. And then also another back door, I guess, also blew out as well. And that ended up hurting two of the employees. They have scrapes and bruises after they ended up losing as that rolling door got pushed in because of all of that wind. And I also want to go to another piece of video that we shot a little bit earlier, just about 30 minutes ago when I pulled up on the scene here. a car had a power pole and transformer topple on top of it during that storm. The car was just driving on Oak Ridge Road when out of nowhere the wind just toppled over that power line on top of that car. According to a deputy who I spoke with, they said that the driver had to be taken to an area hospital. Their exact condition unclear at this point, but obviously a lot of damage just at a short little section of this. I did speak to a person who was across the street on camera a couple minutes ago. He told me that it lasted just about 5 seconds. All of it happening very quickly. They say they saw a tornado. That has not been confirmed by the National Weather Service, but I know our meteorologists were talking about this was part of a severe thunderstorm warning that happened a little bit ago. And I want to show you a piece of video that one person, if we come back out here live, a viewer of ours just sent it to me who was out here that I talked with. And you can see a power flash as that power pole, and that is apparently the one that ended up toppling on top of that car, is what the guy told me who I spoke to just a couple of minutes ago. So that's the scene out here in Lithia Springs. It does appear at least 3 people were hurt in this little area. From what I understand, minor injuries, but again, injuries nonetheless. We're live at Lithia Springs. Tyler Finger, Fox 5 News.
And Beasley, and he says there's no confirmation that what happened in Lithia Springs was in fact a tornado, but in Griffin, he's almost certain that it was.
All right, we're going to continue to follow all the damage that we are now seeing from these storms. We'll be right back.
The Fox 5 I team is always investigating.
The news moves fast, and so do you. So take the news with you. You can scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 News app now. Inside the app, hit the Watch Live button to stream Fox 5 News wherever you are. Get alerts for the biggest stories and the latest news headlines, weather coverage, sports breakdowns, even I-Team investigations. So what are you waiting for? Scan the code now and take the news with you. Download the Fox 5 News app now.
Get the power of the Fox 5 Storm Team in the palm of your hand. Scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 Storm Team app. Inside the app, you'll find everything you need to plan your day and keep your family safe. Set your location to get instant notifications for weather near you and even get life-saving alerts when severe weather threatens. From your hourly forecast to a full 10-day breakdown, it is all at your fingertips. Scan the code now and take the Fox 5 Storm Team with you.
Continue to monitor storms across our area, and we are beginning to get a look at the damage that is left behind in some of our areas. Our Jonathan Stacy has been driving around the area and is now south of Griffin. Jonathan, what are you seeing in your area?
It is absolutely a mess down here, Courtney. We're trying to get into Griffin, and we've been trying to do that for the better part of the last hour. But all the roads, all the arteries, especially coming in from the south side of Spalding County to get in Griffin, they're closed down. And this is why, look behind me, there are snap trees, one after the other. We can see right here, as we're not even at the epicenter of where there was likely a tornado touchdown. Elite straight line winds came through, just leaning over trees. Michelle, turn the camera up. I want you to see that power line right there. That power line is on the ground just about 300 feet further down here. Once again, the people here are without power, and we have done our very best to get this live signal out to you because people are without cell service in this area. I want to point the camera down here. You can see there's a tree lying right there in the middle of the road. Obviously, contractors, along with power crews, they've come down here. Emergency officials, you likely hear a siren in the background right now. They're coming, they're trying to get people through, but imagine, this is at the top of the rush hour here in Spalding County. People are trying to get home, likely panicked after what they have heard or even seen at this point that has happened in the city of Griffin. This is near the Henry Jackson Road area. Henry Jackson Road, that's to the south of Spalding County. Once again, we've heard of numerous trees down. We've seen it with our eyes. And also, we're getting reports that a gas line has burst. And so a gentleman came up to the Fox 5 storm chaser saying, can you help me? We can't get any calls out of here, but we need some help. We need you to let people know that we have a gas line that's burst here. There are a number of homes in this area. You normally would think of any area outside of the city as being quite rural. This area is a bit more developed. There are at least 20 homes within a half-mile radius of where I'm standing at this point. Number of the roads in this area are blocked as a result of downed trees in the area. They're without power, without cell phone service. It is going to be one hell of a night here in Spalding County. We're trying to press our way into Griffin in the Fox 5 storm chaser. We'll have an update as soon as we get there. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Jonathan, thanks very much. Let's turn to Fox 5's Doug Evans, who actually has made it into Griffin. Doug, we've seen evidence of downed trees. The Hobby Lobby has the roof off there. What can you tell us, and do you know anything about people who might have been injured in the city of Griffin, a city of 25,000 people?
I don't know of any injuries yet, Russ. I can only echo what Jonathan Stacy just told you, and that is that the roads getting into Griffin are, especially from the east side and from the south, are just totally impassable with downed trees and downed power lines. I've tried any number of routes to get into the city of Griffin this evening for the last hour, and the roads are just completely blocked. The traffic is just lined up down the streets. I've had to turn around numerous times because of trees and power lines. And what I have seen, as I have seen those down power lines, I've seen the down lines, I've seen the down trees. I have seen here on Ellis Road, where I'm at, just outside the city of Griffin, there is a research center there, Westbrook Research Center. Significant damage to that facility, and so it is just an absolute mess. I've not actually gotten into the harder hit areas that Russ Spencer just mentioned to you, the Hobby Lobby, the Walmart. That is a very densely populated area, also a big retail area in the city of Griffin, just off of 1941. And that is where we're getting reports of significant damage there. I'm, for the past 45 minutes, I've been within, at times, 2 miles of that area, and I simply cannot get there with the roads in the condition that they're in right now. We're efforting to get into that area and to bring you the very latest from there. I've already seen power crews out. I've seen the police out, fire, lots of rescue emergency vehicles out as well. And so it's just a very hectic scene right now here in Spalding County. And I also want to pass along to you, I was on the phone a little bit earlier with the Pike County Sheriff, and they said that they had significant damage in the area of Bethany Church Road and Hutchinson Road. And that is where they were concentrating their efforts in Pike County. It's the same tornado that came through Pike County and then came into Spalding County as well. So this area, the South Metro area from Meriwether, Pike, Spalding, that's where we're seeing the significant damage this evening. So back to you, Russ.
Yeah, we've been hearing that a lot of the damage is in more densely populated areas. How much damage have you seen, Doug, as you make your way in? You said you got within 2 miles at one point, but what is the scene looking like around directly where you are?
What I can tell you, Courtney, is that it's just a lot of downed trees, blocked roadways. The power is out. And, you know, once you get into Griffin, especially from the south side, these are more densely populated areas of Griffin and Spalding County. I came through Fayette County. There were a number of trees down even in the Peachtree City area. That was not a tornado there. Those were high winds. So all along the south side. So that's densely populated as well. I don't know of any house damages or anything like that, home damage in Peachtree City, but I have gotten a report from the city that there are trees down all over that area as well. So the south side significantly hit this evening.
Yeah, certainly South Metro Atlanta has been hit harder than the rest of North Georgia, no question about it. And you've been in that area all afternoon. So one last question for you, Doug, before we let you go. Where were you when the worst of the storm hit your location, and what was your experience?
I was actually in Fayette County trying to get to Spalding County, and in Fayette County, which is, you know, there near Fayette, Coweta, Spalding, all kind of in that corner there. I tell you, trees were just bending over like crazy. Just very concerned about the pine trees, especially. I don't know that I've seen pine trees bent like that before, and I've covered a lot of storms and a lot of hurricanes, but the winds were just very, very intense. And I can tell you, as I drive through here right now, here in Spalding County, the sky is just a copper color. The entire sky is just lit in this copper hue that is very kind of alarming and eerie. The traffic is moving so slowly, and everyone is just trying to navigate these roads. Here's another road, I believe this is West McIntosh, that is blocked by a Spalding County deputy tonight. I can only imagine that this road further up from where his squad car is sitting, that road is impassable as well. West McIntosh would take me directly into the heart of the damage that we're trying to get to. But they have that road blocked off, and probably for very good reason.
All right, Doug, good to get your perspective on trying to traverse the roads, and we hope you have a safe time getting through as you try to make your way into Griffin. We're going to regroup here and give you a chance to focus on that effort.
All right, we have some information from the Fox 5 Storm Center that Jeff Hill just passed along to me. A report of multiple entrapments in Griffin. Major structural damage. We've told you about that at the Hobby Lobby. We saw at the funeral home there as well. Highway 16 at West Taylor Street at the Vineyard Creek Apartments. First responders are on the scene there. Again, multiple entrapments, and we will keep you up to date as soon as we know more about the condition of the people there.
We'll be right back.
The news moves fast, and so do you. So take the news with you. You can scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 News app now. Inside the app, hit the Watch Live button to stream Fox 5 News wherever you are. Get alerts for the biggest stories and the latest news headlines, weather coverage, sports breakdowns, even I-Team investigations. So what are you waiting for? Scan the code now and take the news with you. Download the Fox 5 News app now.
Get the power of the Fox 5 Storm Team in the palm of your hand. Scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 Storm Team app. Inside the app, you'll find everything you need to plan your day and keep your family safe. Set your location to get instant notifications for weather near you and even get life-saving alerts when severe weather threatens. From your hourly forecast to a full 10-day breakdown, it is all at your fingertips. Scan the code now and take the Fox 5 Storm Team with you.
Fox 5 Storm Team meteorologist Ryan Pisa, look at this view. If this does not set a tone for what has transpired today and a message that we need right now as we're all going to be thinking about Griffin, this is very powerful to me. This is one reason why I'm so passionate about weather, is because of an image like this after something so horrible has happened and changed hundreds, if not thousands of people's lives. You have an incredible mammatus field overlooked with incredible colors in the sky as the sun sets on this Thursday, January 12th, 2023, that we will remember for a very long time. I just hope that we get more positive answers from here moving forward. Let's set the tone for what's going to transpire over the next 12 hours, because I want to get you prepared for that. I don't want you to get caught off guard by what's going to happen overnight and when you wake up tomorrow morning. So this cold front moving through, washing away all of those severe storms. In the wake of it, we have tremendous amount of deep Arctic air moving in our direction. That's going to last for a long period of time as well. But severe thunderstorms moving away from us. Temperatures are in the 50s and 60s, so there's possible that we could get into a more favorable environment as the cold front moves through to fire up a few additional storms, but I'm not too sold that they're going to be as severe as what we've already experienced. So looking at Fox 5 Live Viper, all the heavy rain continuing to migrate off to the east. Good news for folks in Griffin, the rain will come to an end very soon, and you'll be able to assess everything with a more clear picture here very shortly. But the tornado reports go back into Alabama, which then that same tornadic supercell moved into Georgia and produced tornadoes across our area. Now the main threat is damaging winds in all of our viewing area now. The tornado threat is gone. The severe weather potential is gone, but there's a lot of cleanup that we're going to need to do over the next couple of days. So for this evening, our forecast is a much quieter forecast, becoming more tranquil during the overnight hours, and but it is going to get quite cold during the overnight hours. Look at this dry slot on the back edge of this. When you have gradients of temperatures that change a lot over a short period of time, you have a lot of change in your moisture, you have a lot of change in your wind speeds and wind directions. This was definitely definitely a triple-headed monster in that regard of what kind of impacts were brought into our region and what we're going to be talking about forward thinking. So let's do that now. Let's get you prepared for what's going to happen overnight. The clouds aren't necessarily going to completely clear, but we've seen some breaks. Temperatures continue to tumble into the 40s overnight, and look at that. Tomorrow morning, some folks could be waking up to some flurries. Tornadoes today, snow showers tomorrow up in the mountains. And I would not be surprised that we're going to get some winter weather alerts for later tonight for our northernmost counties, for our mountainous regions, 2,000 feet and above, up towards Gilmer County, Ellijay, Blue Ridge, Blairsville. You're going to be potentially getting a couple hours worth of snow showers tomorrow. And for us here in town, it is going to be a cold and raw January day. I don't like talking about them when we're not in January, but when we're in the month of January and you have a setup like that, it always hits a little extra harder. And there's your snowfall accumulation possible tonight, again dipping down into the 30s and 40s, and then your extended outlook in your Fox 5 Storm Team forecast. Cold air sticks with us throughout the weekend. Improvements early next week, followed in a pretty nice MLK Day, followed by another round of showers and thunderstorms on Tuesday.
Ryan, thanks very much. The tornado warnings are over. It's time now to start assessing the damage. Fox 5's Jonathan Stacy is in the Fox 5 Storm Center. He's in Griffin. We've lost his signal for the moment, so let's show you some of the damage that we've seen now. A picture sent to us of a twisted traffic sign bent over the concrete barrier into the left lane. This on the on-ramp to Georgia 400 near I-85. The viewer told us she almost hit the sign in the blinding rain. Couldn't see where she was going.
Yeah, easy to see how that could happen. Another viewer, Jessica Moody, shared several images of damage in her area. This is in LaGrange. You can see just a lot of twisted metal in these pictures, businesses, and looks like a sign on the side of the road. They're falling on some power lines, which presents another hazard. Just a lot of damage that we're seeing coming out of LaGrange.
Of course, LaGrange in Troup County. This marched from Troup County into Meriwether County, Pike, and then Spalding. That's where Griffin is located. This is a sign of what happened, a time lapse of the downtown Atlanta skyline from the Jackson Street Bridge. You can see just how dark it got. How quickly. This would have been just around 4 o'clock this afternoon. You can see the clouds rolling in. This just shows you a 35-minute period. Very intense here, and of course even more intense to the south of the city.
Yeah, it really paints the picture. It looks like we have Jonathan back now. Jonathan Stacy is in Griffin and trying to make his way really into the populated areas of Griffin. Jonathan, how's that going?
I was giving a standby cue, so I'm going to go ahead and speak here just in case we are on the air at the moment. This is Jonathan Stacy here, and we're in Spalding County. The signal continues to go in and out, but I am getting some information. We're following a truck here that is right in front of us. They're a group of contractors who've been out trying to help people who are having some issues, not only on the roads, but also with downed trees near their homes. You can see that those flashing lights in front of us. The gentleman in that truck who I spoke to says that they are talking to the fire department, and the fire department says they are in dire need of assistance here in Griffin. They've been speaking with the Griffin Fire Department that there is damage to the high school, and even reports of people being pinned inside of certain locations where there is major damage. Once again, we are following these gentlemen who say they know the area very well, and they were told by the fire department just to go and try to help people wherever they are, no matter what situation they are in, because the Griffin Fire Department is inundated with not only calls but trying to respond to emergencies. And once again, according to their words, there are people who are pinned inside of some locations. Our signal continues to go in and out, so I'm going to go ahead and toss it back to you guys, and we're going to follow them as we try to make our way into the city of Griffin. For now, we're live in Spalding County. Jonathan Stacey, Fox 5 News.
All right, Jonathan, thank you. And before we go to break, he mentioned that there are people who apparently are trapped in some places, and we do have information from the National Weather Service through the Fox 5 storm team that there are multiple entrapments, specifically at the Vineyard Creek apartment. First responders on the scene there in Griffin. Of course, you can tell that Jonathan and Doug Evans on their way to try to cover that. We'll have more for you coming up.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
The news moves fast, and so do you. So take the news with you. You can scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 News app now. Inside the app, hit the Watch Live button to stream Fox 5 News wherever you are. Get alerts for the biggest stories and the latest news headlines, weather coverage, sports breakdowns, even I-team investigations. So what are you waiting for? Scan the code now and take the news with you. Download the Fox 5 News app now.
Get the power of the Fox 5 Storm Team in the palm of your hand. Scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 Storm Team app. Inside the app, you'll find everything you need to plan your day and keep your family safe. Set your location to get instant notifications for weather near you and even get life-saving alerts when severe weather threatens. From your hourly forecast to a full 10-day breakdown, it is all at your fingertips. Scan the code now and take the Fox 5 Storm Team with you.
To the plate for charity.
Dinner in Hell's Kitchen.
But someone's going to give.
I don't know whether that's sabotage or not.
Until it hurts.
I worry about the pencil in Gordon's ear. Is it a weapon? You sent me cremated beef. I'm going to throw it at you.
It's an all-new Hell's Kitchen. Tonight at 8/7 Central on Fox. Fox 5 News at 6 starts right now.
It is a storm alert day here in North Georgia. We've been following the damage across the state. Take a look. This along South 14th Street in Griffin, which appears to be one of the hardest hit areas. Of course, in Spalding County, you see trees down in neighborhoods and near businesses there. Let's turn our attention to the Hobby Lobby, also in Griffin, a city of 25,000 people in Spalding County. This along the 1400 block of North Expressway. The roof entirely gone there. You can see the shelves filled with Valentine's Day items.
And now to Troup County. Fox 5 viewer Brian Reynolds sent this video of a massive funnel cloud in that area. You can see it takes up most of the sky in this footage. And this was the scene of an overturned tractor trailer on I-85 near College Park. The National Weather Service has now confirmed a tornado was on the ground in that area.
And check out this video of a funnel cloud near Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. Fox 5 viewer Rosalie Tubre sent us this from I-85. You can see the funnel cloud there in the distance. The FAA issued a ground stop at the airport. That has since been lifted. We have not received any reports of damage on the airport proper.
And we continue to monitor the storms that are out there as we show you a live look outside through our Georgia Power camera. Looking out over downtown Atlanta, you can see that dark shelf of clouds above, and then the sun peeking through just underneath.
Yeah, Fox 5 Storm Team meteorologist Ryan Beasley has been keeping you safe for 3.5 hours of live coverage of the tornado warnings. The warnings are over. How about the straight line winds, Ryan? Are they still a threat, or is that gone too?
That's gone as well, Russ. Really good point. But overnight, the non-thunderstorm related winds will ramp up once again with a wind advisory likely for tomorrow, as we're going to have this insane burst of Arctic air rushing down. And you can see the wind fields there ushering into the southeast and the deep south. That's what's going to transpire overnight tonight into tomorrow. We're talking about freezing temperatures off to our north and west, and that's what's going to invade our region for our Friday forecast. But for this evening, I would set the tone for, if you step outside, the sunset right now is unreal. I mean, the pictures that we are getting, the images that we are getting, it is really just setting such a unique tone after these devastating storms. And good news is, in Griffin, the rain is almost over for you as it washes away. Temperatures are still in the 50s and 60s, but that cold front now is moving in fairly quickly, and eventually over time will bring much colder air. Our storm reports will continue to gather throughout the evening today. Survey crews will go out tomorrow and survey the damage and do the official reports, and then we'll bring that information to you once we gather it. But my hunch is that we're going to have probably close to a dozen official storm reports between wind damage and tornadoes across our viewing area. But rain is still persistent on the east side of town. Your evening forecast for tonight confirms that the rain eventually is going to come to an end for everyone. Temperatures at first will ease on down into the 50s, but tomorrow morning we're talking 30s and 40s. And coming up later, I'm going to talk about the chance for some snow flurries across portions of our viewing area.
All right, Ryan, thanks so much. Let's turn to Lithia Springs in Douglas County, not far from Six Flags. The side of a building completely ripped off by the wind. Fox 5's Tyler Fingert has been there all afternoon, joins us now live with the latest. Tyler?
Yeah, hey, Russ, good evening to you. I mean, you can see all the damage right behind me. That wall of this warehouse just collapsing during this severe storm as it moved through just about 3:30 this afternoon. Let me flip the camera around to give you a look at what it looks like right now. I mean, you can see all of the cinder blocks right here when that wall just came crashing down. I spoke to a woman after our live hit just about 30 to 40 minutes ago who said she was inside. She said all of a sudden the lights got dark and then the wall collapsed. She said it sounded very eerie when all of this was happening, all happening so quickly as this storm moved through. The good news, this place is sells 18-wheeler parts is what we were told. She said that nobody inside was hurt. That is miraculous, because obviously something like this, very dangerous when something this magnitude with all of these concrete blocks just collapsing under the weight of the wind and the storm as it moved through. Nearby, there was another business that had some damage when a window was blown out and one of the side doors blew in. 2 people were injured over there. And then also just down the street from here, we're on Oak Ridge Road, right near Thornton Road. We're told that a car, actually I saw the car was driving on Oak Ridge Road when the wind just forced a power pole to collapse right on top of it. It toppled over, snapping that wood. I'm told that the person inside had to be taken to the hospital. That person's condition unclear at this point. But really just for what happened out here with the severe storms moving through, obviously just great news that the injuries that did happen, very minor from what we were told, but obviously a situation nobody wants to experience. The woman I spoke with who was inside this business here, this warehouse that sells 18-wheeler parts, she was telling me, I'm sorry, I'm trying to make my way through the debris over here. She told me that you hear about these severe storms all the time. Our Fox 5 storm team constantly warning people about the severe storms coming through over the next couple days. But you never think it would happen to you, and being able to see all of this. And unfortunately, they learned today just how serious of a situation something like this is. And now they are going to be cleaning up the mess here. Again, the power was out for a period of time here, but as you can tell, it has all turned back on. We're live in Lithia Springs. Tyler Fingert, Fox 5 News.
Yeah, Tyler, really incredible to hear that no one was hurt. When you look at the damage there, that's really significant damage, and so good to hear that no one was hurt. Did you speak with any of the employees, and did they describe what it was like when the storm was moving through?
Yeah, so when I did speak to somebody who was inside, she told me, I'll give you a look at all the damage here again. She told me that she was at the front side of the store when the power went out, and then all of a sudden, one of the other employees who was back here, you can actually see, let me zoom in over here, you can see some of them are actually going through to try to assess the damage in there. But she told me that they were just kind of... it was kind of shocking to see something like this happen. I mean, this is obviously stuff you would, you see obviously when storm systems come through. We obviously don't know if this was a tornado. The National Weather Service not confirming that. This obviously could be straight line winds. That's something that the National Weather Service will determine over the course of the coming days. They're going to be extremely busy with all the reports that we've had throughout our area. But the people here say it was just kind of just, you know, you're not expecting something like this, and it's just kind of shocking that this happened.
All right, excellent coverage for us, Tyler. Thank you very much. As you point out, those cinder blocks, they could have easily killed somebody if they had fallen on top of them, so it's a blessing that no one was more seriously injured there in Lithia Springs. Thanks so much.
Yeah, and we're going to just put this reminder out there. You should make sure you have the Fox 5 News app downloaded. You can use it to see the forecast, check the live radar, and get an hour-by-hour breakdown of when the weather will be at its worst. It is free to download.
Let's turn now to new developments. Attorney General Merrick Garland has appointed a special counsel to oversee the investigation of classified documents found at President Biden's home. Robert Hur will be in charge of the review. President Biden confirmed documents with classified markings found in his residence were locked up in his garage with his Corvette. And he said, quote, "I take classified documents and classified material seriously."
But as I said earlier this week, people know I take classified documents and classified material seriously. I also said we're cooperating fully and completely with the Justice Department's review.
Robert Hur is a longtime prosecutor and former U.S. attorney for the District of Maryland.
All right, we continue to cover the severe weather damage that's been left behind in Gwinnett County. Our Angelique Proctor has been getting a closer look at damage in Beaufort. Angelique, what are you seeing there right now?
Well, we are actually in Lilburn, where folks here, the neighbors, are calling this a close call. There is a tree that went into one of the mobile homes here. We were told that 3 people were inside, but all of them are doing okay. Take a look at the damage you can see behind me there. This is the Norcross Mobile Homes. We're on Rogers Street, just off of Beaufort Highway. Neighbors tell me that it was raining profusely around 4 o'clock when that tree came down. You can see it went there into the mobile home. There were apparently 2 elderly people and their adult son inside, but again, all 3 of them are going to be fine. Neighbors rushed here to their aid. That's the kind of thing we love to hear when these type of storms happen. Neighbors helping neighbors. They put up a tarp and checked on them to try to make sure that everybody is doing okay. They say there's a second tree that went down in this area, but that hit over near a recreational area where the school buses were coming in. No injuries there either. But again, a close call. This one ends with a very positive result. We are live in Lilburn. Angelique Proctor, Fox 5 News.
The news moves fast, and so do you. So take the news with you. You can scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 News app now. Inside the app, hit the Watch Live button to stream Fox 5 News wherever you are. Get alerts for the biggest stories and the latest news headlines, weather coverage, sports breakdowns, even I-Team investigations. So what are you waiting for? Scan the code now and take the news with you. Download the Fox 5 News app now.
Get the power of the Fox 5 Storm Team in the palm of your hand. Scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 Storm Team app. Inside the app, you'll find everything you need to plan your day and keep your family safe. Set your location to get instant notifications for weather near you and even get life-saving alerts when severe weather threatens. From your hourly forecast to a full 10-day breakdown, it is all at your fingertips. Scan the code now and take the Fox 5 Storm Team with you.
Get news from Fox 5 and Good Day Atlanta 24/7 with email newsletters.
It's the news you want delivered right.
Welcome back on this Fox 5 Storm Alert Day. The reason why it's still an alert day is because of how many people have power outages and the cleanup that's going to be going on as well. The good news is I can confirm that we can all rest easy the remainder of tonight, knowing that there's not going to be any additional storms. Rest easy in that comfort. Now, there's been a tremendous amount of damage, and now we're starting to get the official reports from the National Weather Service of tornadoes in our viewing area along I-85 in Troup County near downtown LaGrange. We're talking about major structural damage and also trees across I-85, and that's the direct quote from the tornado reports that we're getting from the National Weather Service. We're seeing still some large shield of rain through Monroe, Walton County, Social Circle, getting into parts of Morgan County, so watch out for standing water on the roadways if you live far east of Atlanta. Elsewhere, things are starting to improve and dry out, but there is this one ribbon of moisture right along the cold front that could bring you a surprise thunderstorm or surprise downburst of rain. So just make sure that you're aware of that. That's a possibility, but again, not concerned about additional severe storms. Temperature-wise in the 50s, near 60 degrees, and we're going to ease on down our temperatures during the overnight hours. Just an absolutely marvelous sunset unfolding all across our viewing area. A lot of people asking, what are these cool clouds in the sky? They're called mammatus clouds. If you see things that look like little cotton balls and on the underneath side of the dark clouds above, those are called mammatus clouds. 58 degrees right now in Atlanta. Humidity is starting to decrease. Our pressure starting to increase. Our dew points are starting to decrease. This is all a sign that a cold front is knocking on the door, but we do have our winds still out of the southwest about 14 miles per hour, and it is a little bit breezy out there now. Some areas are calmer than others, but overnight and into tomorrow, we're absolutely going to be talking about shifting gears and talking about high impact, non-thunderstorm related winds that will bring us brutal wind chill factors all day long. So again, for this evening, saying goodbye to the rain, saying goodbye to this potent storm system, but the cloud cover is going to remain thick into the early hours of our Friday morning. And what that will do is when you get a northwest wind embedded with that cloud cover, can wring out the moisture in those clouds and spit out some light snow showers in portions of North Georgia. But don't be surprised if you see a flying flurry tomorrow, even as far south as downtown Atlanta. But again, it's not going to be a major event for Metro Atlanta. the big event for us is the burst of cold air. Tonight, dropping down to the 30s and 40s. But look at your high temperatures for tomorrow. Basically our average low for this time of year. So that's what we're talking about with temperature whiplash in your Fox 5 Storm Team forecast. Staying cold but dry throughout the weekend. Improvements on MLK Day and MLK night into Tuesday will be our transition to another round of showers and thunderstorms. Courtney and Russ.
All right, Ryan, thanks very much. Let's take a look at some of the hardest hit areas. This is a funnel cloud in Pike County. Pike County, south of Atlanta, just west of Spalding County and Griffin that we've been talking about. Fox 5 viewer Gail Long sent us this picture of the funnel cloud there. Another viewer sent us this picture of a twisted traffic sign in Atlanta bent over the concrete barrier into the left lane, that on the on-ramp to Georgia 400 near I-85. She says it was raining so hard at the time that she almost hit the sign because she couldn't see it.
Yeah, Fox 5 photojournalist Billy Heath also captured this time lapse, which is a really incredible look at the downtown Atlanta skyline from the Jackson Street Bridge. And you can watch as the clouds roll in, the sky blackens for a moment. And then as the storm moves through, things lighten back up and you can see the skyline again. This all happened just over a 35-minute period. This is video from Covington police officer Ken Malcolm showing traffic lights blowing almost sideways, and then some of the lights were blown completely down. You can see them in the street there. This is on Almond Road there in Covington. And be sure to have the Fox 5 News app handy. You can see the forecast, check the live radar, and get an hour-by-hour breakdown of when the weather will be at its worst. It is free to download in your app store. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
The news moves fast, and so do you. So take the news with you. You can scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 News app now. Inside the app, hit the Watch Live button to stream Fox 5 News wherever you are. Get alerts for the biggest stories and the latest news headlines, weather coverage, sports breakdowns, even I-Team investigations. So what are you waiting for? Scan the code now and take the news with you. Download the Fox 5 News app now.
Get the power of the Fox 5 Storm Team in the palm of your hand. Scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 Storm Team app. Inside the app, you'll find everything you need to plan your day and keep your family safe. Set your location to get instant notifications for weather near you and even get life-saving alerts when severe weather threatens. From your hourly forecast to a full 10-day breakdown, it is all at your fingertips. Scan the code now and take the Fox 5 Storm Team with you.
Get news from Fox 5 and Good Day Atlanta 24/7 with email newsletters.
It's the news you want delivered right to your inbox.
The morning brief gives you all the top stories to start your day.
And the GDA download delivers a daily recap of trending news, celeb interviews, recipes, and more.
ENG receive. If you can.
All right, we continue to follow the aftermath of the storms that came through our area. Our Doug Evans has made it into Griffin.
Doug, you're at the Hobby Lobby where the roof was torn off. What can you tell us and show us?
No IFB.
All right. Obviously, we're in a difficult situation from a technical standpoint. Doug has been trying for a couple of hours to get into Griffin. We'll see if we can get some communication with him and let him know that we want to hear what he has to say. Cell phone has been difficult not only with him, but Jonathan Stacy on the scene, and we are committed to giving you an assessment, having our reporters on the scene to show you what happened. And Griffin seems to be the epicenter. We seeing trees down. Apparently there was some damage to the high school there, and I'm told that Doug is back on the horn. Doug, what can you show us? It's taken you a while to get into downtown Griffin.
Just an incredible journey for not just me, but thousands of people tonight. Let's show you what we're seeing right here at the Hobby Lobby. And I might lose cell signal again, but that's okay. I can tell you that the ceiling is collapsed inside this Hobby Lobby. And Eric, if you'll pan over to the left, we can show the folks at home. Let's walk toward this, and then we'll walk up to the doors, Eric. This is some of the roof that has collapsed outside the Hobby Lobby. Now let's walk toward the doors there. The doors are shut. This business is closed. Back at the station, I have lost cell signal again, so I can't hear you. We're going to walk up here and we're going to see what we can see inside. And the roof, as I look in here, and I don't know if you can see, is collapsed inside the Hobby Lobby. There's water everywhere. And so we don't know anything about who was in there at the time or what's the situation with them, but we can tell you that the store is closed now. The parking lot is empty. I'll take that as a good sign. This retail area here near the Hobby Lobby, just off that direction toward the west, we have a Walmart. While I was walking up that way, there are a number of businesses along that stretch that are, some of them have sustained serious damage with signs down, windows blown out, and that sort of thing. Traffic is at a standstill in the distance. I think what we'd like to do, and give it back to the studio here, is we'd like to walk down to that area. So I'm going to give it back to the studio as we make our track down there to that other part of the retail area. Back to you.
All right. Fair enough. Doug, thanks very much. At the risk of being repetitive, and because it's important information, we will mention that the National Weather Service chat has confirmed multiple entrapments. Now, this was as of about an hour ago, again, at the Vineyard Creek Apartments. We talked to Jonathan Stacy, who informed us that the fire folks in Griffin are asking for help from surrounding counties because there's just too much for them to do.
And it has been hard for communication because cell phone service appears to be down. Jonathan and Doug visibly having issues with communication. So there are sure to be people living in Griffin who might need help, and they haven't been able to get a call out. So that's something that we continue to try to monitor there. Meteorologist Ryan Beasley, it looks like the storm threat is out of our area.
Yeah, that's right. Some very good news to pass along, Courtney, as far as saying goodbye to the severe storms. But now we need to focus on something different. Winter weather. Yes, that does include a few snow flurries. We'll break it down for you coming up after the break.
Fox 5 News is brought to you by Superior Plumbing. Call 770-422-PLUM.
Car wreck? Call Arrowhead Clinic, where it pays to get well.
The news moves fast, and so do you. So take the news with you. You can scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 News app now. Inside the app, hit the Watch Live button to stream Fox 5 News wherever you are. Get alerts for the biggest stories and the latest news headlines, weather coverage, sports breakdowns, even I-Team investigations. So what are you waiting for? Scan the code now and take the news with you. Download the Fox 5 News app now.
Get the power of the Fox 5 Storm Team in the palm of your hand. Scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 Storm Team app. Inside the app, you'll find everything you need to plan your day and keep your family safe. Set your location to get instant notifications for weather near you and even get life-saving alerts when severe weather threatens. From your hourly forecast to a full 10-day breakdown, it is all at your fingertips. Scan the code now and take the Fox 5 Storm Team with you.
Get news from Fox 5 and Good Day Atlanta 24/7 with email newsletters.
It's the news you want delivered right to your inbox.
The morning brief gives you all the top stories to start your day.
And the GDA.
Meteorologist Ryan Beasley is back. You could kind of feel the fuel in the air when you walked out this morning and the worst happened.
You know, it felt more like an April day, you know, and April is our most active tornado month. So it's bizarre in the sense that we had this big of an event in January.
Sure.
This is not anything that we're used to in the month of January, but we're going to do a little bit of explaining and get you prepared for what is ahead, because I think both of those are really important. Right now, the biggest explanation is that the severe weather potential is over for North Georgia. The tornado watches have been canceled and the strongest storms are washing away to our east, but still some impacts if you're traveling down I-75 towards Florida. Temperature-wise, already started to feel some cooler temperature readings arrive here in North Georgia, and setting the tone for you is up towards Kansas City and Minneapolis, where they're already below freezing, and that Arctic air is making a plunge in our direction. So all the severe weather alerts are far to our east now, and left behind in the wake of that, a lot of cleanup across North Georgia, but improving conditions in the immediate forecast, I think, is the best forward thinking for now. As I mentioned, we are getting new information of these tornado reports. A lot of these tornado reports that we're getting initially, that are preliminary reports. When we get these from the National Weather Service, it means they've had confirmation that someone spotted it with their own two eyes, and it was an official report. Another reason can be that we've had structural damage or significant signs that the damage that has occurred, leading to these preliminary tornado reports. In the moment when we were tracking these tornado warnings, and we used the phrase tornado emergency, that meant a long track and a large and destructive tornado was verified on the ground, causing damage. When we used the phrasing observed tornado or confirmed tornado, that could have been from a storm spotter saying, I see a tornado on the ground, could be from the Sheriff's Department or a verified storm spotter through the National Weather Service and storm spotter training, like myself. And then you could also have an observed tornado radar based. We had all of those occur today. So what we're waiting now for is the official reports. Those survey crews will head out tomorrow and survey the potentially dozens of areas that need survey damage. Drier air, that's what that deep red is in Alabama, moving in our direction. and that will be short-lived as the upper level low is going to move right on top of us, bringing back a blanket of clouds. When we see a blanket of clouds collide with Arctic air, like what's going to unfold overnight into tomorrow, you can absolutely get some moisture squeezed out of those clouds, and it is going to be a raw January day. You hear me reference that in other months outside of January. Say, I'm not looking forward to that kind of day. Well, today is a textbook example of one of those days where you're going to need multiple layers for tomorrow. You're going to need your big puffy winter coat, and you might even have some winter weather impacts up towards Gilmore County and Fannin County, possibly sliding into Union County and Towns and Clay County, North Carolina. So stay with us and keep the Fox 5 Storm Team app handy, because we'll most likely get alerts overnight tonight and tomorrow. Don't expect much warming as well. Even our snowfall potential projections even indicating that those two counties, Gilmore and Fannin, could have a little bit of accumulating snow as well. Lows tonight dipping down near average, but wind chills will be even colder than that. Let me show you these wind chills by tomorrow morning, getting down near freezing or below. And then they park it the entire day tomorrow. Wind chills near or below freezing. That's what I mean by a raw January day. And Saturday, we turn it up a notch, and it's going to feel like the teens and low 20s. Saturday morning will be the full force of that Arctic blast that is on the horizon and arriving overnight tonight into tomorrow. And then it will start to slide away and ease up on your Saturday afternoon plans. So in your Fox 5 Storm Team forecast, windy for tomorrow, cold. Those temperatures are misleading because we are going to feel near or below freezing all day long tomorrow, a continuation of that into your Saturday. And then Sunday, we really start to migrate into a more comfortable January weather pattern, and Monday getting above average. Tuesday setting the tone for another high impact storm system. But the good news is the timing of that should not interrupt our plans to celebrate MLK Day on Monday. We'll continue to monitor the latest developments that we're getting down, especially out of Griffin, and I'll also monitor any necessary fine-tune to your forecast for tomorrow coming up a little bit later. Russ?
All right, well done. Ryan, thanks very much. Let's turn now to Douglas County, Lithia Springs, where we showed you the side of the building, cinder blocks completely ripped off. That could have killed somebody if it had fallen on them.
It sure could have, but our Tyler Fingert has been there all throughout the afternoon and now the evening. He joins us now live with the latest on that. Thankfully, no one hurt there, Tyler.
Yeah, Courtney, miraculously, nobody was hurt. That is absolutely amazing news, because something like this, if someone was out here, that really could have been a danger. Obviously, severe weather, it was pouring rain, people were inside. But I want to give you a look at what it looks like here tonight. Actually, there are some contractors who are just around the corner over there. They just are actually trying to figure out how to cover this up. What they told me just a couple of moments ago is they're going to actually build like a tarp wall that they're going to put up here to try to protect the inside of the building. That process is going to be ongoing tonight. If you take a look down here, you'll see I walked over to the other side of the building from where we've been doing our live shots. You'll see the insulation. There's a lot of pieces of metal, so a lot of danger in here besides just the cinder block that collapsed when this storm system was moving through the severe weather. And they said it just happened in an instant. All of it just came crashing down, and a really scary situation. And as you guys were mentioning, as you tossed to me, luckily nobody was injured who was inside this building. There were some injuries at some other locations just down the road from here, but nobody in this building was injured, and that is miraculous. As this system was happening, though, and just as this wall collapsed, we're told that the power went out. So a lot of different situations were going on at the same time because of that wind and obviously the powerful storm that was moving through. Just a couple of minutes ago, I spoke to a woman who was actually inside this building when all of this happened. I want you to take a listen to what she told me just a couple of minutes ago.
I was in disbelief, honestly. I just asked him, I was like, the wall fell? And he was like, yeah, like the whole wall. And we all walked back there to assess the damage. I could see outside. It was just crazy.
Yeah, I think crazy is really the name of the word that you would use to describe this. Obviously, not the most significant damage we're seeing throughout the metro Atlanta area, our viewing area that is This is obviously just one part of that. That is a story we're going to continue to follow throughout the afternoon and evening. Here in Lithia Springs, I can tell you at least 3 people were injured, according to what one deputy told me and what a person in another building told me, that 2 of his employees were injured. And we're told that all of them appear to be minor at this point. We're live in Lithia Springs. Tyler Fingert, Fox 5 News. We'll be right back.
The news moves fast, and so do you. So take the news with you. You can scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 News app now. Inside the app, hit the Watch Live button to stream Fox 5 News wherever you are. Get alerts for the biggest stories and the latest news headlines, weather coverage, sports breakdowns, even I-Team investigations. So what are you waiting for? Scan the code now and take the news with you. Download the Fox 5 News app now.
Get the power of the Fox 5 Storm Team in the palm of your hand. Scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 Storm Team app. Inside the app, you'll find everything you need to plan your day and keep your family safe. Set your location to get instant notifications for weather near you and even get life-saving alerts when severe weather threatens. From your hourly forecast to a full 10-day breakdown, it is all at your fingertips. Scan the code now and take the Fox 5 Storm Team with you.
Get news from Fox 5 and Good Day Atlanta 24/7 with email newsletters.
It's the news you want delivered right to your inbox.
The Morning Brief gives you all the top stories to start your day.
And the GDA download delivers a daily recap of trending news, celeb interviews, recipes, and more.
You can also get breaking news when it happens.
And contest alerts to give you the best chance at winning big.
All things Fox 5 right to your inbox. Sign up now at fox5atlanta.com/email. Just into the Fox 5 newsroom, Henry County schools will be closed tomorrow. The district releasing a statement saying, in part, with the safety of our students and staff in mind, Henry County schools will be closed tomorrow as the community responds to today's severe weather. No teachers or students should report to schools. All activities for Friday are canceled in Henry County, and the district will assess weekend activities later.
All right, our Angelique Proctor has been in Gwinnett County for us, getting a closer look at the damage. She's now in Norcross. Angelique, what are you seeing there right now?
Well, we are seeing a tree that toppled into a mobile home. You can take a look behind me and see all of the damage that remains here. The tree went right into the hallway here. There were actually two elderly people who were at home at the time. You can see the roots of the tree and how exposed they are as all that rain came down during the 4 o'clock hour. This tree just toppled right over. The good news, though, is that nobody was hurt inside. I just talked with the homeowner. She's actually 63 years old. Her husband was also inside. He is 73. She said she was busy cooking at the time and heard a big boom, turned around and couldn't believe her eyes. She's still over here now, the homeowner, Miss Pam. Pam, you want to talk with us? You say you were cooking at the time. Describe what you heard.
I heard the wind blow, and then I thought, oh, I gotta take the trash out, and I walked to the door. The wind blew. I said, oh, I closed the door, and then I heard crack. I looked in the hallway and saw my wall is fall down.
Wow, your wall fell out once you heard that crack.
Yeah.
And so what happened then?
Oh, we shocked. I tell my husband said, I don't see anything in the wall cracking. And I opened the light on and he saw, oh, I see that.
You both are very, very fortunate. And you said the fire department came out?
Yes, ma'am.
And inspected everything, and your neighbors were kind enough to put a tarp?
Yes, that's my hero.
They're angels for you.
Yeah, angel, my angel.
Fantastic.
And my neighbor and the Cindy's.
Well, that's what we like to hear, neighbors helping neighbors. Thank you so much. But when you take a look at this damage, this could have been a lot worse since they were both inside, both elderly residents. But as fate would have it, both are doing fine tonight. We are live in Norcross. Angelique Proctor, Fox 5 News.
Yeah, the most important thing, she's alive to tell the story. Angelique, thanks so much. Let's turn now to Spalding County, where the sheriff's office is asking everybody to stay home. They say there are widespread reports of trees and power lines down, businesses and homes damaged, and we, along with public safety agencies in the county, Public Works and others, are attempting to get into some areas. That would go for Fox 5 reporters as well. Doug Evans on the scene. It took a long time to get into Griffin. Trees have been reported down on Grady Avenue at Beauregard Boulevard, Hunter's Glen at Beauregard Boulevard, and Forest Avenue at Winona Drive. That according to the Fayette County Public Safety. Please use caution in the area and avoid downed power lines. So the danger is not over in some of these areas. There's no question about it. They ask you to watch for downed wires, never touch a downed wire or try to remove a tree that's near one. Don't step in standing water. Avoid chain link fences because obviously they can conduct electricity, and watch for power crews. They'll be out on the scene. We've seen certain instances in Lithia Springs where the power was out and it's been restored, but Courtney, it's going to be a long process.
Yeah, all good information to keep in mind when you're dealing with damage and a lot of uncertainty and possibly no ability to call anyone for help.
Exactly. We'll be right back.
The news moves fast, and so do you. So take the news with you. You can scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 News app now. Inside the app, hit the Watch Live button to stream Fox 5 News wherever you are. Get alerts for the biggest stories and the latest news headlines, weather coverage, sports breakdowns, even I-Team investigations. So what are you waiting for? Scan the code now and take the news with you. Download the Fox 5 News app now.
Get the power of the Fox 5 Storm Team in the palm of your hand. Scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 Storm Team app. Inside the app, you'll find everything you need to plan your day and keep your family safe. Set your location to get instant notifications for weather near you and even get life-saving alerts when severe weather threatens. From your hourly forecast to a full 10-day breakdown, it is all at your fingertips. Scan the code now and take the Fox 5 Storm Team with you.
Get news from Fox 5 and Good Day Atlanta 24/7 with email newsletters.
It's the news you want delivered right to your inbox.
The morning brief gives you all the top stories to start your day.
And the GDA download delivers a daily recap of trending news, celeb interviews, recipes, and more.
You can also get breaking news when it happens.
And contest alerts to give you the best chance at winning big.
All things Fox 5 right to your inbox. Sign up now at fox5atlanta.com/email. Some breaking news. Governor Brian Kemp was inaugurated this morning for a second term and tonight has declared a state of emergency due to storms across Georgia. In a tweet recently, he said, throughout this evening, Marty's and my thoughts will return to those impacted by today's severe storms and tornadoes. Right now, we're seeing major destruction in Griffin in particular, where a reported tornado touched down.
Fox 5's Doug Evans has been live for us in Griffin. And just a few minutes ago, Doug, we saw you at the Hobby Lobby. Now you are at a different location, we understand.
Yeah, just about 100 yards from the Hobby Lobby, and take a look behind me at these steel beams that have been bent over by the high winds that rolled through Griffin this evening. Look at that. That beam is completely bent over. We assume that this is the remnants of some sort of sign, and it's just devastated. An indication of the high winds that blew through here. This is steel, and so you can see what the winds did. Now this damage, and here's a sign, so maybe this sign was connected to those beams and acted as a sail. The wind catches the sign and then blows everything. The damage is then stretched here across 1941. I know a few minutes ago we said that the Spalding County Sheriff's Office was asking people to stay off the roads. The problem is that people were on their way home, and so that there were thousands of people, probably tens of thousands of people, that were already on the roads when the storm hit. They can't get home now because the roads are impassable with storm debris like I've just shown you. There's 1941. That's at a standstill. That's the Hobby Lobby parking lot. People are using it as a roadway to try to maneuver and get home, and so people are using the parking lots to try to weave some route to where they're going, and so it's very, very difficult. You can see there in the distance the blue lights. That's the Griffin Police Department that has this area blocked off and is not letting anyone go farther than what you see right there. Now, there are a number of businesses along this stretch that are closed. We've seen windows blown out. We've seen all kinds of storm debris and that sort of thing. And so it's just a mess. And if I could cross through, and I can't now because the highway that is now the Hobby Lobby parking lot is really stretching through here. Let's cross the street real quickly. All right, let's go down here and we can show the folks at home. Here's a truck that's been damaged off to our left. Here you can see that damage. And as we walk down this way, Eric, can you show there's a Del Taco? It's closed. There's a Verizon store next to the Del Taco that has had significant damage and signs blown down and that sort of thing. I'm walking faster than Eric. Sorry, Eric, I'm going to keep up with you. And so now we've got people that are removing debris from here to try to get this road back open, hopefully, so that people can get home. I see somebody up ahead that's carrying metal. So an indication that the wind was carrying that sheet metal. There are street poles down. There are utility lines that are down. I've seen wooden telephone poles snapped. We don't know anything yet about any kind of injuries in this area. This is a very busy retail area here in Griffin. So the likelihood of just thousands of people out and about on an afternoon, hopefully they got some kind of storm warning and they were able to take shelter. Here we get into the thick of things here. And Eric, can you see the debris up there on the power lines? If you tilt up, do you see the power lines there? And there's sheet metal debris wrapped around the power lines. So it's a mess. It's a real mess out here. There you can see Griffin police have the road blocked. They're not letting anyone through. And perhaps it's because of the damage. Perhaps it is because of power lines that are down. We do see these crews. That's just a gutter off of some building. No telling how far that flew this evening. But as we get down here, you can see that there are crews that are trying to get this area open. Eric, right there is a sign. Do you see what is left of that sign? Again, just another sign, just another indication of the high intensity winds that blew through here. Power lines are just a mess. Power is out to an enormous stretch of Griffin tonight. So we'll learn more from authorities in the hours ahead of what they're seeing in terms of injuries, in terms of entrapment. If it hits a retail area, there are all kinds of neighborhoods around this area where people live, and so we'll find out how they're doing tonight. So hopefully we'll get some word from officials here in Spalding County and Griffin to the extent that people were able to ride out this storm. But if this retail area is any indication, man, took a direct hit from a very powerful storm, and we assume that it's a tornado given the extreme structural damage that we're seeing right now. Yeah, well, meteorologist Ryan Beasley confirms the same thing. Doug, obviously the cleanup there is going to be a Herculean effort in Griffin, and you mentioned trees down. We've seen actual video of trees down on some of the roads, pine trees in particular. Have you seen any evidence that there's progress and maybe cutting those up so that those thousands or tens of thousands of people you're talking about can actually make their way home? I think that they're trying to get to the roads as they can get to them. Russ, the atmosphere here is just filled with all kinds of sounds of sirens and sounds of work crews and sounds of people trying to get home this evening. So it's a very busy area anyway. And so with all these people on the roadway to start with, just trying to make it home this evening, trying to make it home from work and caught in the storm. And so it's very difficult. Once we get all these people off the roadways, perhaps they'll get a better chance of getting this damage off and getting those trees cut up and everything. But so far, in the immediate aftermath of this storm, there hasn't been a whole lot of progress. And there it is. I see it now, the culprit that has shut down this road. You see there? It's a power line that's down. And now with the lights of the vehicles and the emergency crews that are here, we can see that. And so that's a very dangerous situation when you have power lines down over the roadways.
All right, mystery solved. Now we know why those cars can't get through. Hopefully they can get that road open back up for people to be able to get to where they're going. Doug, thank you so much for that update from Griffin. Let's turn things over now to meteorologist Ryan Beasley.
Yeah, guys, there's some pretty impactful images that we're getting out of there and kind of just setting the tone of what is the beginning of a very long road ahead and journey ahead for everyone in Griffin and Spalding counties. So we're thinking of you tonight. We're praying for you tonight, and we know that everybody's going to put all hands on deck to get you guys back on your feet. Temperatures are in the 50s right now, so we haven't felt the full effects of the colder air starting to filter in. And what I want to do is a recap of this storm that came out of Troup County, moved through Meriwether County, and look at how the velocity exploded as it came out of Pike County and into parts of Spalding County. And that's the strongest tornado that we were tracking today. Never reached a tornado emergency. It was definitely borderline, but when it turned purple, that's when we had a confirmed or observed tornado, large and destructive tornado moving through, and you can see the debris was even lifted and lofted up in the air with that as well. So for tonight, the good news is improving conditions. We're going to see the storms fade away, and then we'll have some snow flurries tomorrow. Fox 5 Storm Team forecast cold and windy all day on your Friday.
The news moves fast, and so do you. So take the news with you. You can scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 News app now. Inside the app, hit the Watch Live button to stream Fox 5 News wherever you are. Get alerts for the biggest stories and the latest news headlines, weather coverage, sports breakdowns, even I-Team investigations. So what are you waiting for? Scan the code now and take the news with you. Download the Fox 5 News app now.
Get the power of the Fox 5 Storm Team in the palm of your hand. Scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 Storm Team app. Inside the app, you'll find everything you need to plan your day and keep your family safe. Set your location to get instant notifications for weather near you and even get life-saving alerts when severe weather threatens. From your hourly forecast to a full 10-day breakdown, it is all at your fingertips. Scan the code now and take the Fox 5 Storm Team with you.
Get news from Fox 5 and Good Day Atlanta 24/7 with email newsletters.
It's the news you want delivered right to your inbox.
The morning brief gives you all the top stories to start your day.
And the GDA download delivers a daily recap of trending news, celeb interviews, recipes, and more.
You can also get breaking news when it happens.
And contest alerts to give you the best chance at winning big.
All things Fox 5 right to your inbox. Sign up now at fox5atlanta.com/email.
Fox 5.
We continue with our coverage of this evening's severe storms and the damage left behind. Here's a time lapse of the storm from our weather camera in LaGrange. That's in Troup County along the Alabama line. The severe weather knocked out the camera's power. Before it lost power, you could see the rain swirl in and surround the city.
And check out this video from a Ring camera in a neighborhood in Gainesville. While it looks like light rain in the beginning, the camera captures a massive lightning strike. Take a look at that as it comes in. It really looks like it's a flame.
We move now back south and west of Atlanta. Several cars were seriously damaged in the storm at the Griffin Walmart. This is off Highway 92 near Martin Luther King Jr. Parkway in Spalding County. One car was flipped over there. Others lifted and ended up on top of other cars.
And Fox 5's Eric Perry sent us this video from Griffin. He tells us traffic is backed up for miles. That backs up reports from our Doug Evans, who also saw a lot of drivers having issues getting through to where they need to go. You can also see damage left behind, some homes and buildings along State Road 16. A lot of damage there in Griffin.
All right, Fox 5 Storm Team meteorologist Ryan Beasley has been on the air since 2:30 this afternoon as the severe weather threat moved in from Alabama across the Georgia line. Ryan, what do you have for us tonight?
And tonight, Russ, we need to switch gears and talk about winter weather. Remember, it is January. This is more typical for us to have tornadoes like that in the month of March and April, but since we're in the month of January, we're going to have old man winter make a fierce and quick return to North Georgia as the high pressure builds in, and that dome of Arctic air is going to be rolling in overnight tonight. So we want to make sure you're prepared for the drastic changes that are on the way over the next 12 hours, and then a continuation of that through your Friday into your Saturday. Temperature-wise, sitting in the 50s, near 60 degrees. Rather comfortable for this time of year. And you step outside and you still kind of feel like, okay, was the cold air coming, or are we going to stay more spring-like? But those more drastic changes will usher in once our winds pinwheel out of the northwest. Zooming into some of the heaviest rain out towards Morgan County, finally coming to an end, moving into parts of Putnam County and Greene County. But look at all the rain that we've had across our viewing area throughout the day today. And what I find most fascinating about this graphic is where we had the strongest tornadoes, we had some of the lowest rainfall totals in those neighborhoods. And that part of the storm system was moving at 50 to 60 miles per hour. On the northern side, it wasn't progressing to the east as quickly. That's why we had higher rainfall totals throughout those neighborhoods. Right now, we are still seeing winds out of the southwest. That is the warm wind and warm air advection still. But in Rome, our winds are starting to show more of a direction out of the north and northwest, and that's going to bring in the surge of much drier and colder air. That's going to set the tone for your evening forecast. Between now and midnight, not a lot of changes temperature-wise, but between midnight and tomorrow morning, I anticipate more drastic temperature drop. And you can see in the hour-by-hour forecast, we wash away most of the moisture, but the upper level low, so we just had the surface low move through. Now the upper level low is going to bring us a blanket of clouds overnight into tomorrow morning and most of the day on Friday. Friday is going to be one of those days where it is cold all day long, it is uncomfortable all day long, and to add insult to injury, we're going to have wind chills that are in the brutal category in the 20s most of the day. So for tonight, the beginning of what is to come in the shape and form of an Arctic blast, but it will be windy as well. And tomorrow, you see very little warming throughout the day, and both of these graphics are misleading in the sense of your wind chills are going to be 10 to 15 degrees colder than the actual temperature. In your Fox 5 Storm Team forecast, the way we see it right now, temperatures will be much colder tomorrow and Saturday, flirting with the freezing mark. Could have some winter weather up in the North Georgia mountains, possibly some flurries flying tomorrow, and a continuation of winter weather impacts Saturday morning and Sunday morning as our temperatures will be near freezing, but then right back to warmer temperatures by Monday, followed by another round of thunderstorms on Tuesday. Courtney and Russ.
All right, Brian, thanks. Governor Brian Kemp has declared a state of emergency on this first day of his second term. He was in inaugurated this morning. Moments ago, he tweeted, "Throughout this evening, Marty's and my thoughts will return to those impacted by today's severe storms and tornadoes. I have declared a state of emergency and ordered all relevant agencies to respond with an all-hands-on-deck approach to the affected communities."
We continue to follow the damage that's been left behind. Our Tyler Fingert has now moved locations. He was in Lithia Springs, and now we understand he's in Cobb County, where there's been significant damage to homes. Tyler, what are you seeing?
Yeah, hey, Courtney, good evening to you. We're on Poplar Log Road in Austell, and there are multiple homes here. I'm told about 7. It is very dark at this point, so I'll be able to try to show you a little bit when I flip the camera around. At least this is just a little bit just because of the lights I can show you. This is just some of the debris you can see right here from what came down earlier. You can see that it appears that some people have already come through with chainsaws to try to clear the road out. And I'll come around this way real quick, and it is going to be incredibly hard to be able to show you this. Unfortunately, we do not have a light powerful enough. But if you can kind of see there, a tree, that is a tree on top of a home. This really looks like probably one of the worst. Another one next door also dealing with that same issue here in this. I was told roughly 7 homes have some sort of damage. And I have Brian here. You said that you live down the street here, and you were inside at the time in your home you had, or where you live. What happened? What did you hear? What did you see?
So I was pretty much just up there, bedroom. Lights flickered on and off. I honestly didn't know if it was my light bulb going out or if it was just the power going out. And so I just went downstairs. After going downstairs for a little bit, I heard a lot of wind rustling. I was just like, oh my God, what is that? So I looked through my door and I was like, oh. So I've been to school multiple times. I heard, tornado stuff, all that stuff, man. I've been already in, I've never had to deal with a tornado before, but because of school, I was prepared. So I was going upstairs to my bathroom when a tree fell down.
Straight into the you were there early, like a couple minutes before.
Yeah, just into that bedroom, as well as in my hallway. A tree fell down into my hallway, so that tree right there, it knocked me back. I was going upstairs, knocked me back down the stairs. It kind of knocked me back a little bit. I didn't lose consciousness or anything, but I did kind of was shocked and I was just shocked, man.
I mean, I think many people in your situation would be shocked. Yeah. I mean, to have first of all a tree, let alone a tree fall anywhere near you, but then fall into the roof that you were in before. Yeah. Kind of crazy. No one inside your home was injured?
Yeah, it was just me by myself at home. I didn't really get injured, but it was just state of shock pretty much.
If you have a second, are you able to pull out your phone? I know you had some pictures, a video, and that was just kind of crazy. I'll show, and while he's doing that, I'll show you some. Again, this is some of the damage that I'm able to show you just right now with the lack of light now that it's dark out here tonight. But you can see this is just some of the trees that fell and some of the limbs that have fallen. And it looks like some cars also had some damage when the roads came, or when the tree came down in this neighborhood. So I'm going to show you off his phone real quick. And describe what.
So this is the hallway going up to my room. The stairs are right behind me. This little log right there was the log that actually knocked me back down the stairs. Out the restroom's to the right of that. This is my bedroom right here with my, of course, my best partner. This is the bedroom that I was originally at. I was in this bedroom right here, laying down on the bed.
The roof's gone. I mean, you can see it right there. Yeah. The roof is gone there.
The roof's gone. There's a tree actually right under all that debris. There's the tree right there. You can kind of see a little bit of it. And I was on that bed earlier. There's just my bedroom right here. The restroom's right here. You'll actually see me walk into the restroom. I was gonna go into that tub right there to just hide a little bit, just to feel safe. You see a little bit of hole right there. So that's when I checked. I was like, hold on. My parents' bedroom might be more damaged than mine's. And here goes where my parents' bedrooms are at. You can kind of see just a little bit of what happened in their bedroom. The whole roof collapsed. There's pretty much no bedroom there anymore. It's just an empty hole.
And at one point, I think you showed it to me earlier, you can kind of see the shingles from the top of the roof had just fallen straight in because obviously it was pushed down when that tree came.
Yeah, that is the shingle right here.
Yep.
Right there. You can kind of see them a little bit right here.
Yep.
That roof fell right in.
Well, I'm so glad you're okay, because that is obviously a very traumatizing situation. And your house just down the street from where we are here in Austell. And again, I do want to clarify, not clarify, but just mention we are still waiting for the National Weather Service to confirm whether this was the damage here in this neighborhood was the result of straight line winds or even a possible tornado. That's something that we're going to find hours or days as the National Weather Service goes out and does their storm surveys. But from what a couple people in this neighborhood have said, it does appear there may have been a possible tornado came through this neighborhood. This street we're on, Poplar Log Road in Austell, and one street over, there's some damage, but this street has the most significant stuff. Let's see if we can let that truck go by. Most significant damage. I mean, right behind me, that is the home, one of the homes that has a tree just going right through it tonight. We're told no one was home at the time, but obviously a very scary situation. We're going to continue to follow the situation out here and bring you the very latest. For now, live in Austell, Tyler Finger, Fox 5 News.
Wow, stunning to look at that video as he shows us the damage inside his home, and it's so good to know that they're okay. Tyler, thanks for that. We're finding out the Griffin Spalding County school system is saying that there are people still remaining inside some school buildings. They say they're working closely with Area Emergency Management Agency to determine what roads are passable and when it is safe for the students and staff that are still inside the 4 middle schools to be transported home. Now, we are hearing that they are safe inside those schools, but it's going to take some effort to get them home. And we understand there are some trees down, some roads closed, so it will take time to clear that and open up the roads for people to get home. And
because of exactly what you're saying, it took several hours for some of our reporters to make it into downtown Griffin. Fox 5's Jonathan Stacy is in the Fox 5 Storm Chaser outside a funeral home where a viewing was actually underway when that building was seriously damaged. There's a little technical delay here, but we're going to toss to Jonathan. Well, now I'm told that perhaps we don't have Jonathan, but what we have seen in Griffin is trees down, obviously some damage near the high school, as Ryan Beasley and Jeff Hill were live showing the tornado in the Griffin area. They mentioned that Griffin High School was in some jeopardy. Let's toss back to Jonathan Stacy. Can you hear us, Jonathan?
Hey, Fox 5 Storm Team Meteorologist Jonathan Stacy here. We just arrived in Griffin, and to call this chaotic, maybe putting it lightly, there's no lights down here. We are near what is 14th Street and near the Peterson's funeral home. I just spoke with the owners of that funeral home, and they tell me that while the winds were picking up, they were actually inside with a family doing a consultation at the time. That consultation obviously came to a screeching halt as those winds ended up toppling a tree over on that funeral home. This is Peterson's funeral home. I'm going to ask you, Michelle, to come with us. It's very dark out here, folks. There are no lights in this area. We're going to try to walk a bit forward, but I do want to show you exactly what we are seeing down the road here. You can see that there are a number of construction crews out here that are working, obviously, to get rid of some of the trees that are blocking the road, trying to move them out of the way. When we first got here, really all I could hear was siren and chainsaws. It was just the sound of that repeatedly. We're walking down here. We had to park a ways back from the funeral home. I walked down here, spoke with the owners. I need to get a chance to walk down there. It's going to take me about 3 minutes, guys, to get there. So I'm going to send it back to you all. We're here that everyone inside of the funeral home is okay. They were able to shelter in place, but they were inside as the strong storm that likely spawned a tornado in this part of Griffin as it went by. We're going to walk down there, and we're going to give you another update, and you'll be able to hear directly from them once again. That'll be about 5 minutes from now. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Jonathan, thanks. And we had seen earlier images of that funeral home, and it looked like it had really collapsed in on itself.
Yeah, a front portico came right down flat on the ground. So remarkable that no one was seriously injured, according to his reporting, having spoken to the owner of the Peterson Funeral Home. One of several businesses seriously damaged there in downtown Griffin, a city of 25,000 in Spalding County. We showed the Hobby Lobby, the roof. This is the funeral home that we're talking about. That's it right there. And the Hobby Lobby had the roof come off. There was some serious damage to the Walmart there as well, and obviously structural damage to some of the homes. We'll be right back with more coverage in the aftermath of the severe storms in North Georgia.
The news moves fast, and so do you. So take the news with you. You can scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 News app now. Inside the app, hit the Watch Live button to stream Fox 5 News wherever you are. Get alerts for the biggest stories and the latest news headlines, weather coverage, sports breakdowns, even I-Team investigations. So what are you waiting for? Scan the code now and take the news with you. Download the Fox 5 News app now.
Get the power of the Fox 5 Storm Team in the palm of your hand. Scan the code right here to download.
We continue to follow the damage that's been left behind in Griffin after a reported tornado touched down there.
Fox Weather's Will Nunley is on the ground in Griffin, where the Hobby Lobby suffered some strong damage. He has a look at the aftermath tonight.
Yeah, there is right now a little bit of a chaotic scene, so I want to try to get you a tour here of the scene. We're just arriving moments ago, and this is the back of that Hobby Lobby store here. You can see a little bit of the skyline left as we're now kind of in a clearing where the rain has stopped. But look at the damage we're starting to see that you can kind of see there in the headlights of the Fox Weather Beast. There is a chaotic scene with traffic trying to reroute all through Griffin because there are multiple roads closed. We're sitting in the middle of one of the thoroughfares normally that would be full of cars behind, but instead we are seeing rescue workers going around with flashlights. As a matter of fact, I think there's somebody coming right around. I'm going to take you around this home here. As you can still see that this is the early stages of trying to assess what happened, and they're still kind of conducting these door-to-door searches. Utility crews are trying to really assess the damage at this point, and it was very clear as we started to get here into downtown Griffin what we were looking at. The power is out here around downtown. This is a structure here that appears to have collapsed right here at this intersection. This is a shopping center right in the heart of downtown Griffin. We are understanding that there are several blocks of damage either way for where we're sitting right now, but there are multiple roads closed as police try to get a handle on rerouting people around the worst of the damage while still trying to assess things. So we can hear sirens off and behind us here in the distance as authorities are trying to go door to door, making sure everyone is okay. As you saw just a moment ago with that building that appeared to be collapsed, they have to go into these structures and make sure that no one is trapped in these structures, and that is a delicate process that takes time. And so you can imagine that these are some chaotic and hectic moments right now for rescue workers as they're trying to kind of comb through this area. But significant damage here to this shopping center. This Hobby Lobby is connected to several other buildings here, and we can hear kind of the hiss of some type of either pipe or something there in the background of that building. We can hear it kind of hissing, and we hope that's not natural gas, but that is likely in a situation like this. The pipes get ruptured. That is another hazard of kind of coming into these zones immediately after you have likely tornado damage like this, is because there's so much instability with the utilities, gas lines, electric lines, not the kind of scene you want to be in, and especially on foot. We are taking very good care with trying to make sure we're navigating around any down power lines very careful, because there's a good chance that if they're not charged right now that they could have a charge in a few moments. But there's some of that debris. You can see it in the roadway here that's likely from the roof of that Hobby Lobby building. This whole shopping center here appearing to sustain damage, and this scene continues for blocks. We're going to try to navigate where we can right now to get you more of a picture. I can tell you it took us a while to get here. Not only are we dealing with this damaged site, but just trying to get through the ongoing rain. It has just stopped raining here where we are in Griffin, Georgia, within the past 10 minutes. And so this is now the first opportunity that a lot of these rescue workers have without the rain pouring down over them to try to get into this scene. But you can see here from this roof damage that we're looking at that there was some power associated with this. We understand from some still photos that we've seen from this scene on the other side of this building that there's a lot of significant damage with a lot of that roof off, and we can see pieces of that and evidence of that in the road here behind us. So Bridget and team, we have certainly a lot of scenes still to survey here this evening in the Fox Weather Beast. We're going to continue to do that. Certainly our thoughts are with everybody in Griffin, Georgia tonight, and so many communities across Georgia and Alabama, they're dealing with this. But as we start to come up here and we see scenes like this building just appearing to just have collapsed, that we can imagine they have a lot of delicate process ahead of them. Back to you.
Some important perspective from Fox Weather's Will Nunley about an hour ago as the sun was setting there in Griffin. This is damage in southwest Atlanta. A tree crashed through the roof of an apartment complex. This is in the 2900 block of Landrum Drive. You can see the damage to the side there and obviously the roof. Thankfully, we're told that no one was hurt there in southwest Atlanta. We're going to take a break and be back very shortly.
The news moves fast, and so do you. So take the news with you. You can scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 News app now. Inside the app, hit the Watch Live button to stream Fox 5 News wherever you are. Get alerts for the biggest stories and the latest news headlines, weather coverage, sports breakdowns, even I-Team investigations. So what are you waiting for? Scan the code now and take the news with you. Download the Fox 5 News app now.
Get the power of the Fox 5 Storm Team in the palm of your hand. Scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 Storm Team app. Inside the app, you'll find everything you need to plan your day and keep your family safe. Set your location to get instant notifications for weather near you and even get life-saving alerts when severe weather threatens. From your hourly forecast to a full 10-day breakdown, it is all at your fingertips. Scan the code now and take the Fox 5 Storm Team with you.
We continue to get some images back from Griffin where a tornado possibly, most likely touched down there and left behind a lot of damage. Our Jonathan Stacy has been out there getting a look up close and personal at that damage. Jonathan, what are you seeing now?
The first thing, Courtney, I will tell you, it took us 2 hours to get into the city of Griffin. We've been all about Pike County, parts of Coweta County, just trying to get into Griffin. Finally, here at Spalding County, we're on the south side of town near 14th and Taylor Street. Taylor Street, the busy thoroughfare, but look behind me. Look at that tree. You can obviously tell that it stood for more than 100 years, slamming into that building as strong winds and possibly tornadic winds rushed through this area. This building was occupied. It is a funeral home. This is Peterson's funeral home, once again on the south side of town here in Griffin. The owner was inside. Wayne Peterson, you doing okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What was it like when you heard the sounds? Where were you at? Were you inside, outside of the building?
Myself, I was outside in my car, parked beside the hearse, and I witnessed the tree fall over into the building.
What did it sound like?
Oh, it was scary.
Now, I'm told that you all were visiting with the family inside. Just kind of walk me through how all those events played out. You were standing outside, but your team was inside with the family during that time.
My chief of staff was, and my daughter, the office manager, they was inside talking with the family.
And what did you all do?
They took cover. Told them to get in the bay.
We know that there were strong winds blowing by, but you all believe that this may have possibly been a tornado that swept through this area?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What did it sound like as it came through?
Oh, man. Boom!
Obviously, I can tell, Mr. Peterson, you're still shaking at this hour. Exactly what's going through your head?
Man, I don't know. I just thank God that everybody's out safe. But, you know, material things, we can't replace that. But, you know, we only human. It's just, you know, all the work that we have done to help the community and the surrounding counties. And now we lost everything.
Does it look like this is something that's going to have to be torn down or repairs can be made?
No, this is going to have to be torn down.
Okay. And I do have...
Foundation is destroyed.
Yeah, I do have to ask this. I know that you are a funeral home establishment. All of the remains, everything inside intact as far as it can be?
Yes, the surrounding other funeral homes, they came to our rescue. They have came and received the bodies, helping us out.
That is definitely a good news and a bad day.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Peterson, for your time. We're praying for you all. Stay safe as you begin this cleanup process. You heard it right there from the owner of Peterson's Funeral Home on the south side of Griffin. It was around 4:30. They heard the winds. He was standing outside. They were inside doing a consultation with the family. And what they believed they heard was the sound of a tornado coming by, slamming that tree into this funeral home there. The remains that were inside have been transported with the support of other funeral homes in the community. Obviously, this not only shaking up the people inside, but the loved ones who have put their trust in this institution. Thankfully, no injuries reported here. We're going to keep on surveying what is sure to be scores of damage around the city as we go throughout the next hour. For now, we're live in Griffin. Jonathan Stacy, Fox 5 News.
Well, a blessing that Mr. Peterson and the others are okay. We're sorry for his financial and material losses. Let's turn now to Greenville in Meriwether County, south and west of Griffin and Spalding County. Fox 5 viewer Martin Frady sent us this video. The storm knocked the steeple off a church as it made its way from Troup County, LaGrange, up toward the direction of the city of Atlanta, toward Meriwether County, Pike County, and into Griffin.
And we're just finding out from Henry County Schools that all the schools will be closed tomorrow. The district released a statement, and they said in part, with the safety of our students and staff in mind, Henry County Schools will be closed tomorrow as the community responds to today's severe weather. No students or teachers should report to schools. All school activities for Friday will be canceled, and weekend activities will be assessed. We'll be right back.
The news moves fast, and so do you. So take the news with you. You can scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 News app now. Inside the app, hit the Watch Live button to stream Fox 5 News wherever you are. Get alerts for the biggest stories and the latest news headlines, weather coverage, sports breakdowns, even I-Team investigations. So what are you waiting for? Scan the
We turn back to Gwinnett County. Our Angelique Proctor is getting a closer look at the damage in Norcross.
Yeah, Angelique, what are you seeing there now?
Well, when the winds started whipping up and the rains came bearing down, you know, the grounds got saturated. Take a look behind me and you can see what happened here. The roots of the trees are all exposed. This tree toppled into this mobile home, just kind of sliced it there. The interesting thing is that there were two elderly people inside, and we're actually on Rogers Street in Norcross, at the Norcross Mobile Home Village. The homeowners inside, the female tells me she was cooking. Her husband, who she says is 73 with hip problems, was on the sofa. They heard a bang and did not realize what had happened. Let's take a listen to her story now.
Opened the door and I heard the wind blew a lot. And then I heard a noise from my house and I looked at, oh my God.
Were you shocked when you saw that tree?
Oh yeah, I shocked, really shocked.
And the silver lining in all of this is that neither of them were injured. They both are doing fine. They said the fire department came out and asked them to relocate for the night, but they tell me they have nowhere to go, so they will remain here in the home. The good news, though, the neighbors did help them put a tarp over the mobile home, hopefully to keep it dry. But right now they are still just very fortunate that neither of them was injured. We are reporting live in Gwinnett County. Angelique Proctor.
Fox 5 News.
All right, Angelique, so glad they're okay. Thank you very much. Check out this video of a funnel cloud near Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. Fox 5 viewer Rosalie Tubre sent us this from I-85. You can see the traffic on the highway there. The FAA issued a ground stop at the airport. That was lifted once the storm passed. There are still some weather delays, of course. The NWS confirms a tornado did touch down on the ground in that area. We've not received any reports of damage, but again, a tornado did touch down near Hartsfield-Jackson Airport.
In Lithia Springs in Douglas County, a building partially collapsed. Cinder blocks were thrown everywhere. A wall collapsed from a warehouse on Thornton Road and Oak Ridge Road. We talked with a person who was inside the building when the wall came tumbling down.
I was in disbelief, honestly. I just asked him, I was like, the wall fell? And he was like, yeah, like the whole wall. And we all walked back there to assess the damage. I could see outside. It was just crazy.
A power pole also crashed onto a car. The driver had to be taken to the hospital. That person's condition is unclear. We'll have more coverage of the damage left behind by these storms right after this break.
The news moves fast, and so do you. So take the news with you. You can scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 News app now. Inside the app, hit the Watch Live button to stream Fox 5 News wherever you are. Get alerts for the biggest stories and the latest news headlines, weather coverage, sports breakdowns, even I-Team investigations. So what are you waiting for? Scan the code now and take the news with you. Download the Fox 5 News app now.
Get the power of the Fox 5 Storm Team in the palm of your hand. Scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 Storm Team app. Inside the app, you'll find everything you need to plan your day and keep your family safe. Set your location to get instant notifications for weather near you and even get life-saving alerts when severe weather threatens. From your hourly forecast to a full 10-day breakdown, it is all at your fingertips. Scan the code now and take the Fox 5 Storm Team with you.
Everyone.
We have just learned that Griffin Spalding County schools will be closed tomorrow. That's in addition to Henry County schools. They made the call about an hour and a half ago. Again, Griffin and Spalding County schools will be canceled on Friday. Let's turn now to southwest Atlanta, where a tree crashed through the roof of an apartment complex.
This is located in the 2900 block of Landrum Drive. That's where we find Fox 5's Alex Whitler. Alex, what are you seeing there?
Well, Courtney, it really is a miracle that no one was hurt here. I'm going to show you just how long this tree extends. It starts here with this mangled metal over by this gate that appears to keep the forestry away from residents. And this isn't just a thin tree. It looks like it's two of them about the same width apart, and then they extend all the way across this walkway, knocking down what appears to be a gutter. It's hanging like a hangnail there. And then just imagine being the person who was in this room at the time of the crash. Again, no injuries here, but you can imagine if someone was there at the time, it must have been a scary situation. If Austin, the photographer behind the camera, could point downwards at the debris that's scattered across this area, because this isn't just a tree that's fallen into an apartment complex. It's debris that appears to have also crashed into windows and other parts of this area. The debris from trees, the debris from the building itself. It's really miraculous that no one was hurt. And then if you take a look, the tree just keeps going. We can only show you so much. It's dark outside and we can only see so much. But you can imagine the people who live here are grateful they walked away from this unscathed.
Yeah, it really is good to know that no one was hurt there. Alex, thanks.
Well, the National Weather Service confirms at least one tornado moved through Alabama tonight. This is the damage left behind in Selma. This is really where the tornado outbreak that we experienced, where it all began and roared across Alabama into Georgia. It shows a dark cloud moving in the distance, followed by various damage, including downed trees, damaged homes, and scattered debris. Selma officials are expecting to declare an emergency there as well. And we just informed you that Governor Kemp has declared a state of emergency in Georgia. We'll be back after this.
The news moves fast, and so do you. So take the news with you. You can scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 News app now. Inside the app, hit the Watch Live button to stream Fox 5 News wherever you are. Get alerts for the biggest stories and the latest news headlines, weather coverage, sports breakdowns, even I-Team investigations. So what are you waiting for? Scan the code now and take the news with you. Download the Fox 5 News app now.
Get the power of the Fox 5 Storm Team in the palm of your hand. Scan the code right here to download.
We have another county to add to the school list. That's Jasper County, Monticello, added to Spalding County and Henry County. All those three counties have school closed tomorrow.
Yeah, and probably a good call in some of the areas where they have a lot of storm damage, Ryan.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of storm damage all over the place, especially down towards Griffin and other portions of our viewing area down towards Troup County. But you can see that that moisture is now moving off to our east, and then you do have that dry air now intruding on portions of North Georgia as well, as far as seeing that transition phase happening here in Georgia. But what I want to do is I want to kind of go back to portions of what we're doing as far as up towards the Lithia Springs area, and where we had that tornado touch down and cross the interstate by the airport, because we had a little couplet and then a burst happened right there of a little couplet. We had a brief spin-up tornado that was confirmed. That's why we had a purple warning by East Point as it moved towards the airport. So that's the feature that I'm seeing on Fox 5 Live Viper. Now up towards Lithia Springs, Stale area, Mableton, you can see kind of a feature here. I'm not quite sure if that was a wet microburst or a brief spin-up tornado. The bottom line is, though, you can clearly see that it was that there was a little bit of a feature on velocity there that confirms what we're experiencing at the surface. So it was very rapid, it was very brief, but absolutely having drastic impacts. This one, on the other hand, came out of Troup County, moved through Meriwether, Pike, and then eventually into Spalding County. Well-defined signature. There was a PDS, particularly dangerous situation, issued with that tornado warning. It was observed. We told you, myself and meteorologist Jeff Hill mentioned there was a confirmed tornado on the ground through the National Weather Service warning system. Mentioned that Griffin High School was in the path of that that observed tornado, and then it ventured off to the north and west. And thank goodness it lifted before it made it to Locust Grove and beyond. What we look for here are off colors, and you can see those colors really explode as they move into Pike and eventually into Spalding County, where that debris was just scattered, and that's what we're now getting images of the actual debris. And then the shear swath, my goodness, our Fox 5 Live Viper really showing you the intense shear that happened just to the southwest of Griffin, and then once it got north of Griffin proper, it weakened significantly. But really had a tremendous burst and kind of everything coming together to make the perfect storm, unfortunately over a very populated area. And as we continue to gain more information, now we will know more specifics of the path, the width, the strength, the length, all of that comes with the survey report that happens tomorrow. But everything is indicating, from the warning to the conversation in the chat to the damage that we're verifying on the ground, a tornado did touch down in Troup County, Meriwether County, Pike County, and Spalding County. Outside of that, we're going to need to really make sure that we have all of the facts first before we can confirm that information as far as what we're seeing in Lithia Springs, Mapleton, Austell, and then also the tornado by East Point, right by the airport. That is a confirmed tornado as well, because we have video proof, we had debris flying in the air, and the Weather Service was able to observe it as well. 57 degrees in Atlanta. A lot of information to unpack as far as what's happened. But the good news is of what's happening right now. I'm pleased to announce that we can all rest easy knowing that the severe threat is over, but also respecting there are some lingering showers and storms in portions of our viewing area, and those are going to continue to graze extreme North Georgia, bring a brief downpour, move on through. It's going to be a weird thing. It's not going to cause any damage, but it will be bizarre that all of a sudden you get a downpour, and then as quickly as it arrives, it will move on out. After midnight, we're going to switch gears. We're going to switch seasons. We're going to go back to a January type atmosphere where the Arctic tundra is going to be arriving with fierce blasts of Arctic air and cold temperatures, possibly even some snow showers up in the mountains. So yes, tornadoes today, snow showers in the mountains tomorrow, or flurries. We don't have any winter weather advisories yet or anything of that nature, but we will bring you that information as soon as we learn about it. But if this verifies, Gilmore County, Fannin County, watch out for some slick roads on your Friday. And also verification within the model of accumulating snow in Clay County, Fannin County, Union County, and Gilmore County. But outside of that, don't get your hopes up for seeing anything else, anything more than just a few flurries fly on your Friday. Wind speeds are going to be pretty abrupt overnight and into tomorrow, as well as we get this fierce change from warm and unsettled to cold and dry. So for tonight, I think this graphic is a little misleading. Actual temperatures near 40 degrees, your wind chills near freezing or below. And there you go with your wind chill factor for your Friday morning, near freezing, and then hovering near freezing all day long tomorrow, and then wind chills will be in the teens Saturday morning. In your Fox 5 Storm Team forecast, next round of storms arrive on Tuesday. We'll bring you more details on that coming up on Fox 5 News at 10 and News Edge at 11. Guys?
All right, Ryan, thank you. Well done. Let's turn back now to Griffin, which was obviously hard hit today. Residents we spoke with there say the fire department is overwhelmed by all the damage. In fact, one man says he showed up looking to lend a hand.
The Griffin Fire Department. What exactly did they tell you all?
They say that there's trees down everywhere, that there's people trapped in cars, people trapped in houses. They said it's really bad. They're understaffed. They don't have enough trucks, enough people to handle all the calls.
And what's your name, sir?
Charles Penley.
Charles Penley. Can you spell that for me?
C-H-A-R-L-E-S.
And who are you with?
I'm just private. I'm just out here trying to help.
They told you all to get involved.
Yes, sir.
Where's the worst of the damage at?
As far as I know, it's all in Griffin right now.
All in Griffin.
And that was Jonathan Stacy, who talked to that man who was on his way to help people who may be trapped and need help. Let's go back out to our Jonathan Stacy, still in Griffin. And just a few minutes ago, we heard from the people who run a funeral home that was really badly damaged. They said they think the building is a total loss, but good to hear that they were okay. Jonathan, what else are you hearing out there?
And that is a resounding story. It seems like the people were able to react fairly quickly as what is believed to be a tornado swept through. We're in the epicenter of whatever type of damage there is in South Griffin. And I say whatever there is. Obviously, night has fallen and you can't see much. We're at Taylor and 13th Street, and this is a really busy thoroughfare. As you can see, there are cars out, traffic is still out, and the power is still out. In fact, some 28% of the customers here in this area are without power at this time, and they're just gently trying to roll by and see what they can of the damages on the south side of town. In the distance there, you can see a Checkers restaurant. Come up a little bit closer, there is a gas station with obviously the prices, even a couple digits missing there. But what may most be profound at the intersection that I'm standing at, and once again we do have siren going by, it's up there is where you would normally have your red lights, your stoplights at. But look, there's one missing. It's right here on the ground, and it shows you the power of the winds and the rotation in the area as the storm swept through. This was around 4:30 this afternoon, and Joshua Irwin, who told me you were at your girlfriend's house, exactly what did you hear and see?
Well, I walked out to the back door, and I heard a loud crash in the back window, and I looked outside, and an ancient tree basically just crashed over into a shed, flattened everything. And then we will go over to 12th Street, and another tree had fallen over, crushed power lines, started hitting people's houses. There were people like buried basically under some trees.
If you could put this into a time, how long did this take? Was it in a...
It was pretty quick, actually. We heard the first crash, and then another crash, and then another crash, and then we were like, well, what happened? We looked outside, and it's raining curtains, you know? So we wait for the rain to die down, and then we just start checking out the city, and it's pretty messed up.
Have you ever seen something like this in your life?
Once or twice. When I was a kid, I survived Katrina, so it's not new to me,
But this is something that definitely caught you off guard to a degree.
Oh, more or less, yeah. I got a notification on my phone 10 minutes before it happened. I live in a second-story apartment, so what am I to do? I just go outside and start looking for neighbors that are willing to let me into their ground floor.
Joshua, the power is obviously out in this area. It's going to take them a while to get back on. What are your plans for tonight?
Honestly, just walk around and look at stuff.
There you have it there. Once again, Joshua Irwin was with his girlfriend as the storm swept through. There's a lot of cleanup to happen here, but obviously some daylight would help. For now, we're live in Spalding County. Jonathan Stacy, Fox 5 News.
Yeah, really amazing to hear the stories of people that went through this powerful storm. Jonathan, thanks. Before the storm system hit Georgia, it carved out major destruction in Alabama, and we're learning that at least 4 people were killed there.
That's such a shame. Neighbors in Selma are surveying serious damage tonight. Video from a Selma resident shows major damage to homes, debris strewn over the roads, and a vehicle that was struck by a falling tree while a woman and infant were inside. The man recording the video and his friends jumped in to help. Both the mom and child thankfully escaped without injuries. The dangerous storm being linked to this massive building fire. Take a look at that. Residents say the building caught fire moments after the tornado passed through. Selma authorities said most streets in the city were closed because of downed power lines and trees, but said that all schools had reported that students were unharmed.
And in Montgomery, Alabama, a resident captured a funnel cloud. We'll show you that in a little bit, but right now, we'll be right back.
The news moves fast, and so do you. So take the news with you. You can scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 News app now. Inside the app, hit the Watch Live button to stream Fox 5 News wherever you are. Get alerts for the biggest stories and the latest news headlines, weather coverage, sports breakdowns, even I-Team investigations. So what are you waiting for? Scan the code now and take the news with you. Download the Fox 5 News app now.
Get the power of the Fox 5 Storm Team in the palm of your hand. Scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 Storm Team app. Inside the app, you'll find everything you need to plan your day and keep your family safe. Set your location to get instant notifications for weather near you and even get life-saving alerts when severe weather threatens. From your hourly forecast to a full 10-day breakdown, it is all at your fingertips. Scan the code now and take the Fox 5 Storm Team with you.
Let's turn back down to Griffin, where a rescue is apparently underway.
Yeah, our Doug Evans is there on the ground. Doug?
We're at 9th and Chapel in Griffin, and the fire department here has told us that they've been working for 2 hours in that house trying to remove a 5-foot diameter tree that has fallen on the house, and apparently someone is trapped underneath that tree. It is a pretty desperate situation right now. Griffin Fire Department is here, a number of police vehicles as well. This storm rolled through here just before 4 o'clock, hitting hard. This neighborhood is just absolutely devastated with trees down, power lines down, homes damaged, and we're talking about big trees. We're talking about very old, very large trees, and apparently one of those trees has fallen on top of this house, pinning someone inside. This is West Chapel, the 200 block of West Chapel Street in Griffin, and you can see here some of the cars that are stopped, just stopped probably where they were when the storm hit. And then Eric, if we can just behind you here, if we could just show the folks here, this is the kind of trees that we're talking about here, just big, old, very large trees that have fallen in the high winds that hit Griffin today with what we believe was a very powerful tornado. We've seen a number of structural damage, and the lines here, the power lines, are just all over the place. But to recap, you can see now firefighters at that home convening, trying to figure out their next move with this house. The house itself looks to be very damaged and looks as if it suffered tremendous damage, so it could be unstable. You've got limbs that are into the house, and that is unstable in and of itself. So they are going step by step. Again, they've been working on this, the fire department tells me, for 2 hours, trying to free someone from inside that house. Griffin Fire Department is here. A number of trucks parked all up and down the streets. These streets here have been almost impassable tonight with the number of trees and power lines that are down. We see folks coming out now, paramedics as well on the scene here. We've seen them going to and fro from that scene to the trucks and everywhere else around this house. So just a lot going on here on West Chapel Street as the fire department tries to free someone who is inside that house. I see a bobcat there. Obviously, they've been moving heavy parts of that tree, clearing it away. It's a very delicate procedure. It has the appearances of as they work to try to free this person. That's the very latest from Griffin. Back to you.
All right, Doug, thank you very much. We'll certainly keep that person in our prayers and the rescuers as well.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
The news moves fast, and so do you. So take the news with you. You can scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 News app now. Inside the app, hit the Watch Live button to stream Fox 5 News wherever you are. Get alerts for the biggest stories and the latest news headlines, weather coverage, sports breakdowns, even I-Team investigations. So what are you waiting for? Scan the code now and take the news with you. Download the Fox 5 News app now.
Get the power of the Fox 5 Storm Team in the palm of your hand. Scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 Storm Team app. Inside the app, you'll find everything you need to plan your day and keep your family safe. Set your location to get instant notifications for weather near you and even get life-saving alerts when severe weather threatens. From your hourly forecast to a full 10-day breakdown, it is all at your fingertips. Scan the code now and take the Fox 5 Storm Team with you.
We continue to follow the aftermath of strong storms and tornadoes touching down. This is a rescue underway in Griffin, where our Doug Evans just showed us. Firefighters have been working for 2 hours to try to free a person who is trapped underneath a tree in a home there.
We have teams all over North Georgia, particularly in Troup, Pike, Meriwether, and Spalding counties. We will have live team coverage for you tonight on Fox 5 News at 10. We will see you then.
The news moves fast, and so do you. So take the news with you. You can scan the code right here to download the Fox 5 News app now. Inside the app, hit the Watch Live button to stream Fox 5 News wherever you are. Get alerts